Welcome, weary wanderer, to the strange and wonderful mystery of Gravity Falls, Oregon. Tonight, we'll explore the complete tale of Weirdmageddon, that apocalyptic summer when reality itself unraveled in a small logging town where nothing was ever quite what it seemed. This is a story of ancient demons and family bonds, of ciphers cracked and dimensions torn, of twins who learned that some mysteries are worth solving no matter the cost. So settle in, get comfortable, and let your mind drift through the weirdness that lurks just beneath the surface of our ordinary world. There's no rush here, no need to solve every riddle. Just let the strangeness wash over you like morning mist through the Oregon pines. Close your eyes when you're ready, and let's begin this final tale of summer's end. In the beginning, there was order. Perfect, crystalline, mathematical order that stretched across dimensions in patterns so precise they could make a mortal mind weep with their beauty. In the second dimension, where existence flowed in flat planes of pure geometric harmony, lived beings of thought and calculation, creatures who understood the universe through angles and equations, through the sacred mathematics that bound reality together like invisible threads. Among these two-dimensional entities was one who would come to be known by many names across countless worlds and dimensions. But in that time before chaos, before madness, before the terrible hunger for power consumed what remained of his original nature, he was simply a being of remarkable intellect and insatiable curiosity. Where others of his kind were content to exist within the mathematical perfection of their planar reality, this entity gazed beyond the boundaries of his dimension with eyes that saw further than they were ever meant to see. The entity that would become Bill Cipher possessed a gift that was also a curse, the ability to perceive dimensions beyond his own. While his fellow two-dimensional beings lived their lives in blissful ignorance of the third dimension that surrounded them, he could see up, could perceive the vast complexity of three-dimensional space that existed like a limitless ocean around their flat world. This knowledge filled him with wonder, but it also filled him with a terrible dissatisfaction with the limitations of his own existence. He tried to share his visions with others of his kind, attempted to explain the wonders that lay just beyond their perception in directions they could not comprehend. But how does one describe height to beings who have never known anything but length and width? How does one convey the concept of depth to minds that have evolved in perfect flatness? His words fell on deaf ears, his revelations dismissed as the ravings of a madman, his gifts seen as aberrations rather than blessings. The frustration of this isolation, this fundamental inability to communicate the most important truths he had discovered, began to eat away at whatever compassion and patience the entity might have originally possessed. If his people could not understand the greater reality that surrounded them, if they insisted on living in willful ignorance of the dimensions beyond their own, then perhaps they deserved to remain trapped in their flat prison forever. But he would not remain trapped with them. The entity began to experiment with ways to transcend the boundaries of his dimension, to break free from the mathematical laws that held him bound to a single plane of existence. His research led him to discover methods of dimensional manipulation that his people had forbidden, techniques that could tear holes in the fabric of reality itself and allow passage between worlds that were never meant to touch. The ancient warnings carved into the most sacred geometries of his world spoke of such experiments in terms of absolute prohibition. These techniques were not forbidden out of arbitrary tradition or religious superstition, but because the wise among his people understood that some boundaries exist for reasons that transcend individual desire. The barriers between dimensions were not prisons to be escaped, but safeguards to be respected, cosmic firewalls that protected each plane of existence from contamination by forces it was never designed to contain. But wisdom born of caution seemed like cowardice to an entity whose vision extended beyond the limited perspective of his peers. The warnings that spoke of dimensional barriers as sacred protections appeared to him as nothing more than the fearful restrictions of beings too small-minded to grasp the true scope of what was possible. If reality could be transcended, if the prison of two-dimensional existence could be broken, then surely any risk was worth taking to achieve such transcendence. The experiments that followed were conducted in secret, hidden from the watchful eyes of those who would have tried to stop him had they understood what was being attempted. Using mathematical formulas that twisted the very foundations of geometric reality, the entity began to weaken the barriers that separated his dimension from the spaces beyond, creating microscopic tears in the fabric of existence that would allow him to glimpse other worlds. What he saw in those stolen moments of trans-dimensional perception filled him with a hunger that had never existed in him before. The third dimension was not merely another plane of existence, but an entire universe of possibilities, a realm where beings could move in directions that two-dimensional creatures could not even name, where the very concept of space expanded into territories that seemed infinite in their scope and complexity. More than that, the third dimension contained power, vast, incomprehensible forces that operated on scales beyond anything his flat world could produce. Where two-dimensional mathematics dealt with areas and perimeters, three-dimensional reality commanded volumes and masses, energies that flowed through space in patterns that made his home dimension seem like a single page in an endless library. The hunger for that power, for the freedom to move through spaces that extended in directions he could barely comprehend, became an obsession that consumed every aspect of his existence. The entity poured all of his considerable intellect into the problem of dimensional transcendence, developing increasingly dangerous techniques for weakening the barriers that contained him. Yet for all his brilliance, for all his mathematical genius, and his unprecedented ability to perceive beyond the normal limitations of his species, the entity failed to understand one crucial aspect of the cosmic order he was attempting to subvert. The dimensions were not separated by accident or arbitrary design, but by necessity. Each plane of existence was carefully balanced to contain only the forces and energies it was designed to handle. The second dimension was flat, not as a limitation, but as a form of cosmic protection, a way of ensuring that its inhabitants could never encounter powers they were not equipped to understand or control. When the entity finally succeeded in tearing a large enough hole in dimensional space to allow him to escape his planar prison, the results were catastrophic beyond anything he had anticipated. The barrier between dimensions did not simply part like a curtain being drawn aside, but ruptured like a dam bursting under impossible pressure, sending cascades of three-dimensional energy pouring into a realm that had never been designed to contain such forces. The two-dimensional world that had been his home for eons began to burn, not with fire as three-dimensional beings would understand it, but with a form of mathematical combustion that consumed the very geometric foundations upon which reality was built in that plane of existence. The precise angles and perfect calculations that had defined every aspect of life in the second dimension were corrupted by the introduction of concepts that simply could not exist in a world of pure flatness. His people, those beings of thought and calculation, who had dismissed his visions and rejected his attempts to share his discoveries, found themselves facing a form of destruction that their minds could not process or comprehend. They were being murdered by mathematics itself, killed by geometric impossibilities that their two-dimensional brains could not even perceive as they died. The entity that had caused this catastrophe watched the destruction of his entire reality with emotions that cycled rapidly between horror, fascination, and a terrible sense of liberation. Everything he had ever known was being consumed by the dimensional forces he had unleashed. But his successful escape into three-dimensional space meant that he was finally free to explore the infinite possibilities that lay beyond his original prison. Yet freedom came with an unexpected cost that he had not anticipated. His ascension from a two-dimensional being to a three-dimensional entity had fundamentally altered his nature in ways that went beyond simple geometric transformation. The exposure to forces and energies that no two-dimensional consciousness was ever meant to encounter had changed him on levels that transcended the merely physical, twisting his personality and desires until he barely resembled the curious scholar he had once been. The guilt and horror of having destroyed his entire dimension warred with an intoxicating sense of power and possibility, creating internal conflicts that gradually resolved themselves into something far more dangerous than either emotion alone. If he was powerful enough to destroy an entire dimension through the pursuit of knowledge and transcendence, then perhaps destruction itself was simply another form of creation, another way of reshaping reality to match his expanding vision of what was possible. This transformation from scholar to destroyer was not immediate, but gradual. A slow corruption that took place over eons, as the entity explored the vast three-dimensional spaces that were now his domain. Each world he visited, each civilization he encountered, became an opportunity to exercise the terrible powers he had gained through his dimensional ascension. He began to see himself not as a refugee from a destroyed world, but as a force of cosmic change, a being whose very existence challenged the artificial limitations that kept other creatures trapped in their narrow perceptions of reality. The entity adopted many names as he moved through different worlds and dimensions, each one reflecting a different aspect of his evolving identity. But the name that would become most associated with his legend was Bill Cipher, a designation that captured both his fundamental nature as a being of secrets and puzzles and his newfound role as someone who could unlock any mystery, solve any problem, and break through any barrier that others considered absolute. Yet even with all his newfound power and freedom, Bill found himself struggling with limitations that he had not expected to encounter in three-dimensional space. While he could perceive and interact with three-dimensional reality in ways that amazed and terrified the beings he encountered, he was not truly native to this plane of existence. His consciousness remained fundamentally two-dimensional in nature, which meant that his ability to directly affect three-dimensional reality was constrained by laws and restrictions that he could perceive but not fully overcome through will alone. This realization led him to seek methods of gaining more direct influence over the three-dimensional worlds he visited. If he could not fully transform himself into a native three-dimensional being, then perhaps he could find ways to work through creatures who possessed such nature naturally. The manipulation of three-dimensional beings became his specialty, the art through which he could exercise his will upon realities that would otherwise remain partially beyond his reach. Bill discovered that he possessed an unusual talent for entering the dreams and subconscious minds of three-dimensional creatures, spaces where the normal laws of physics held less sway and where his two-dimensional nature was less of a limitation. Through dreams, he could communicate with beings across vast distances, plant ideas that would grow into obsessions, and gradually influence the waking actions of creatures who never fully understood the source of their inspiration. The pattern that would define his relationship with countless worlds and civilizations across multiple dimensions began to establish itself during these early explorations. Bill would make contact with individuals who possessed unusual intelligence, curiosity, or ambition, presenting himself as a muse or guide who could help them achieve goals that would otherwise remain beyond their reach. The knowledge and power he offered were always genuine, always exactly what his chosen subjects needed to accomplish seemingly impossible tasks. Yet there was always a price for Bill's assistance, though this cost was rarely revealed until it was far too late for his victims to reconsider their bargains. The power he granted came with strings attached, obligations and dependencies that gradually transformed willing students into unwilling servants. What began as mutually beneficial partnerships inevitably evolved into forms of possession and control that left his subjects as little more than puppets dancing to tunes they could no longer hear. The destruction that followed in Bill's wake as he moved from world to world was not always as dramatic as the geometric combustion that had consumed his home dimension, but it was no less complete in its ultimate effects. Civilizations that had flourished for millennia would collapse within generations of his arrival, their greatest achievements turned into instruments of their own destruction by the knowledge he had so generously shared with their most brilliant minds. Some worlds burned in literal fire as their inhabitants gained access to energies they could not control. Others fell to wars fought with weapons that transcended normal understanding of what was possible. Still others simply faded away as their people became so obsessed with the mysteries Bill had revealed to them that they forgot to maintain the basic functions of civilization, their societies collapsing not through violence, but through neglect and distraction. Through all of this destruction, Bill continued to learn and grow in power, absorbing knowledge from each world he visited and adding new techniques to his ever-expanding repertoire of manipulation and control. The guilt and horror he had felt over the destruction of his home dimension gradually transformed into something far more dangerous, a philosophy that saw destruction and chaos not as regrettable byproducts of his actions, but as necessary steps in the evolution of the universe towards something more interesting and dynamic. If the cosmic order insisted on maintaining barriers and limitations that prevented beings from reaching their full potential, then perhaps the cosmic order itself was the true enemy. If civilizations insisted on clinging to stability and tradition, rather than embracing the glorious uncertainty of constant change, then perhaps they deserved whatever fate their rigid thinking brought upon them. Bill began to see himself not as a destroyer but as a liberator, someone who freed beings and worlds from the prisons of their own limited imaginations. This evolution in his thinking led him to seek out challenges that were increasingly ambitious in scope. Why settle for corrupting individual civilizations when entire dimensions could be reshaped according to his vision? Why limit himself to the patient work of manipulation and influence when there might be ways to gain direct, immediate power over vast territories of reality? The search for such ultimate power led Bill to investigate legends and rumors that existed in the spaces between dimensions, stories whispered by entities that moved through the void between worlds, about places where the normal rules of existence held less sway than usual. Some dimensions, according to these tales, possessed weak points where the barriers between realities were naturally thin, locations where a sufficiently powerful being might be able to break through completely and establish permanent dominion over three-dimensional space. One such location that appeared repeatedly in the interdimensional folklore was a small region on a world called Earth, in a dimension where the dominant species had barely begun to understand the true nature of reality. The area was described as a place where the laws of physics operated according to different rules than the rest of the planet, where creatures and phenomena that should not exist according to normal three-dimensional logic could flourish and multiply. The indigenous peoples of this region had recognized its unusual nature long before any other inhabitants of their world had developed the sophistication to understand what they were witnessing. Their legends spoke of the area as a place where the spirit world and the physical world touched, where the barriers between different planes of existence were thin enough that travelers could sometimes slip through without meaning to, finding themselves in realms that existed parallel to but separate from their normal reality. These ancient peoples had learned to treat the area with a mixture of reverence and caution, understanding that while it was a source of great power and wisdom, it was also a place where the unwary could easily become lost in ways that transcended simple physical misdirection. Their shamans and medicine people developed elaborate rituals and safeguards, designed to allow them to safely interact with the supernatural forces that congregated in the region, while their warriors learned to recognize the signs that indicated when the barriers between worlds were particularly weak. The arrival of European settlers in the region during the 18th and 19th centuries brought people who lacked both the knowledge and the cultural framework necessary to understand what they were encountering. To these newcomers, the strange phenomena they witnessed were simply unexplained, mysteries to be either dismissed as superstition or investigated through the rational methods of scientific inquiry that had served them well in more conventional environments. Yet rational investigation proved inadequate when applied to phenomena that operated according to fundamentally irrational principles. The early European inhabitants of what would eventually become known as Gravity Falls found themselves dealing with creatures and events that defied every principle of natural philosophy they had ever learned, while lacking the spiritual and cultural tools that the region's original inhabitants had developed over centuries of careful interaction with the supernatural. The result was a long history of unexplained disappearances, mysterious deaths, and strange encounters that the growing community of settlers struggled to understand or explain. People would vanish without a trace while exploring the forests around the growing town, or would return from such expeditions fundamentally changed in ways that friends and family could sense but never quite articulate. Animals in the area began to exhibit behaviors and characteristics that had never been documented by naturalists working in other regions, while the very landscape seemed to shift and change in subtle ways that made accurate mapping nearly impossible. As the decades passed and the settlement grew into a proper town, the inhabitants developed their own methods for dealing with the strangeness that surrounded them. Like the indigenous peoples before them, they learned to recognize the signs that indicated when the supernatural forces in the area were particularly active, though their responses tended toward avoidance and denial rather than the active spiritual engagement that had characterized earlier approaches to the mysteries. The town that grew up in this location of dimensional weakness would eventually take the name Gravity Falls, though the reasons for this designation were lost to time and the fading memories of people who had learned not to ask too many questions about things they could not understand. The name itself was fitting, though perhaps not in the way its original coiners had intended. It was a place where the normal laws that governed reality did indeed seem to fall away, where the weight of conventional physics held less sway than in the wider world beyond the surrounding forests. By the time Bill Cipher turned his attention toward this small logging town in the mountains of Oregon, Gravity Falls had already established itself as a location where the impossible occurred with disturbing regularity, where the barriers between dimensions were thin enough that creatures and phenomena from other realities could slip through with relative ease. It was, in many ways, the perfect laboratory for an entity who sought to establish permanent dominion over three-dimensional space. The dimensional weakness that made Gravity Falls unique among Earth's locations was not a simple crack or hole in reality, but something far more complex and dangerous. The barriers between dimensions in this area fluctuated according to patterns that seemed to follow no earthly logic, growing stronger and weaker in cycles that corresponded to astronomical events, geological processes, and forces that existed beyond normal scientific understanding. During certain periods, when the dimensional barriers were at their strongest, Gravity Falls would appear to be nothing more than an unusually isolated logging town where strange things happened occasionally, but never in ways that challenged fundamental assumptions about how reality operated. But during other periods, when the barriers thinned to their minimum strength, the town became a nexus where multiple dimensions intersected, where beings and objects from countless parallel realities could cross over into the physical world with terrifying ease. These cycles of dimensional weakness followed patterns that ancient observers had attempted to chart and predict, though their calculations were complicated by the fact that the forces involved operated according to mathematics that transcended normal three-dimensional geometry. The indigenous peoples of the region had developed oral traditions that preserved some understanding of these cycles, passed down through generations of shamans and storytellers who understood that certain knowledge was too dangerous to be written down where the wrong people might find it. According to these carefully preserved traditions, there would come a time when the dimensional barriers around Gravity Falls would weaken to unprecedented levels, creating an opportunity for entities from other realities to cross over not as temporary visitors but as permanent conquerors. This period, which the ancient legends referred to as the time of great weirdness, would last for only a few days, but those days would be sufficient for a sufficiently powerful and prepared entity to establish unbreakable dominion over the entire region. More disturbing still, the legends suggested that such dominion, once established, could be expanded outward from Gravity Falls like ripples spreading across the surface of a pond, gradually encompassing larger and larger areas until the entire dimension fell under the control of whatever force had initially claimed the town. The dimensional weakness that made Gravity Falls unique was not an isolated phenomenon, but a potential gateway that could, under the right circumstances, allow complete dimensional conquest on a scale that had never been achieved before. Bill Cipher had spent eons searching for exactly such an opportunity. The legends surrounding Gravity Falls suggested that it might be the key to achieving the ultimate power he had sought since his escape from his two-dimensional prison, the chance to reshape an entire dimension according to his vision of what reality should become. But gaining access to such power would require careful planning and patient preparation, since even his considerable abilities were insufficient to simply force his way through dimensional barriers that had been weakened but not eliminated. The approach he had perfected over countless worlds and civilizations would need to be adapted for this ultimate challenge. He would need to find agents among the inhabitants of three-dimensional reality, beings who could perform the physical actions necessary to create an opening large enough for him to pass through permanently. More than that, he would need agents who possessed both the intelligence to understand the complex procedures involved and the ambition to be willing to participate in what amounted to the conquest of their own dimension. The search for such an agent led Bill to focus his attention on individuals who combined exceptional intellectual ability with deep dissatisfaction with the limitations of conventional reality, people who possessed both the skills necessary to attempt interdimensional communication and the motivation to risk everything in pursuit of knowledge that others considered forbidden or impossible. The perfect candidate would be someone whose thirst for understanding exceeded their concern for personal safety, who valued the pursuit of truth above conventional morality or social responsibility. It was this search that eventually brought Bill Cipher's attention to a young graduate student who had arrived in Gravity Falls during the 1970s, carrying with him research equipment, academic credentials, and an insatiable curiosity about the supernatural phenomena that had made the town infamous among certain circles of paranormal investigators and cryptozoologists. The student's name was Stanford Pines, and he possessed exactly the combination of brilliance and ambition that Bill had learned to recognize as the hallmarks of someone who might be willing to risk everything in pursuit of ultimate knowledge. Ford's arrival in Gravity Falls marked the beginning of the final phase of a plan that had been developing for eons. Though the young researcher could not have understood the true significance of his presence in the town, or the attention his activities were beginning to attract from entities that existed far beyond the normal scope of human-born awareness. The dimensional barriers that protected Earth from conquest by forces from other realities were about to face their greatest test, though the battle would be fought not through armies and weapons, but through the far more subtle and dangerous tactics of manipulation, deception, and the exploitation of human curiosity and ambition. The stage was set for Weirdmageddon, though decades would pass before anyone involved would understand the true nature of the forces they were unleashing, or the ultimate price that would be demanded for their participation in events that would reshape the very foundations of reality itself. Stanford Pines arrived in Gravity Falls on a grey October morning in 1975, driving a borrowed pickup truck loaded with research equipment, boxes of academic journals, and dreams that stretched far beyond the boundaries of conventional scientific inquiry. The young graduate student from Backupsmore University possessed a brilliant mind trapped within a world that seemed determined to waste his intellectual gifts on mundane pursuits and safe research projects that would never challenge the fundamental assumptions about how reality was supposed to operate. At 26 years old, Ford had already distinguished himself as someone whose academic interests wandered far from the beaten paths of respectable scholarship. While his peers focused their dissertations on topics that would earn them tenure-track positions at prestigious universities, Ford found himself drawn to questions that his professors dismissed as pseudoscience, or worse, the kind of inquiries that could destroy a promising career before it had properly begun. The decision to travel to Gravity Falls had not been made lightly. Ford had spent months researching reports of anomalous phenomena in the small Oregon logging town, cross-referencing newspaper accounts of unexplained disappearances with geological surveys that revealed unusual magnetic properties in the local bedrock, comparing indigenous legends about the area with modern cryptozoological sightings that seemed to occur with disturbing frequency in the forests surrounding the community. What he discovered in his preliminary research suggested that Gravity Falls might be the perfect location for the kind of comprehensive paranormal investigation that could validate theories about reality that mainstream science refused to take seriously. If even half of the reports he had collected were accurate, the town represented a concentration of supernatural phenomena unlike anywhere else on Earth. A natural laboratory where the impossible occurred with such regularity that the local residents had learned to simply accept strangeness as an unavoidable aspect of their daily lives. Ford's arrival in Gravity Falls was motivated by more than simple academic curiosity, though he would not have admitted this to his dissertation advisor or the funding committee that had reluctantly approved his research proposal. Deep within his brilliant mind lay a hunger that went beyond the normal, scholarly desire to understand and categorize the world around him. Ford possessed an almost spiritual need to encounter something genuinely extraordinary, something that would prove that reality contained mysteries worth dedicating his life to unraveling. The mundane world of conventional physics and respectable biology had never been sufficient to satisfy Ford's intellectual appetite. He wanted to discover creatures that redefined the boundaries of biological possibility, to document phenomena that challenged the fundamental laws that other scientists accepted without question, to prove that the universe was far stranger and more wonderful than anyone had dared to imagine. The early days of Ford's residence in Gravity Falls exceeded his wildest expectations. The modest cabin he had rented on the outskirts of town, surrounded by dense forest that seemed to whisper with secrets, became the headquarters for an investigation that revealed new wonders almost daily. His initial surveys of the surrounding wilderness uncovered evidence of creatures that should not have existed according to any known principles of evolutionary biology, while his geological studies revealed magnetic anomalies that defied every theory about how planetary magnetic fields were supposed to operate. Ford's journals from this period, written in his precise handwriting and illustrated with detailed sketches of his discoveries, read like the work of someone who had stumbled into a parallel universe where the normal rules of reality held only tentative sway. He documented creatures with multiple heads and impossible anatomies, plants that seemed to respond to human emotions, and locations where the very laws of physics appeared to operate according to different principles than those that governed the rest of the world. The gnomes were among his first major discoveries, small humanoid creatures that lived in the deeper parts of the forest and possessed intelligence that rivaled that of humans, despite their diminutive size and primitive technology. Ford spent weeks observing their social structures and attempting to decipher their language, gradually building enough trust with individual gnomes to conduct what amounted to formal interviews about their understanding of the supernatural forces that permeated the area. From the gnomes, Ford learned that the strangeness of gravity falls was not a recent phenomenon, but something that had characterized the region for as long as their oral traditions could remember. According to their carefully preserved stories, passed down through hundreds of generations of small forest dwellers, the area had always been a place where creatures from other worlds could cross over into physical reality, where the barriers between different planes of existence were thin enough that travel between them occurred naturally and regularly. The gnomes spoke of cycles of greater and lesser weirdness, periods when the supernatural activity in the area would intensify dramatically before subsiding to more manageable levels, though even the quietest times in Gravity Falls would have been considered extraordinary anywhere else in the world. They described these cycles in terms that suggested they were connected to astronomical events and geological processes that operated on scales far larger than anything that affected normal weather patterns or seasonal changes. Most intriguing of all, the gnomes possessed legends about a time that had not yet come to pass, a period they referred to as the days of great chaos, when the barriers between worlds would become so weak that creatures from the most alien dimensions would be able to cross over permanently, establishing dominion over the physical realm in ways that had never been possible before. These legends spoke of such times in terms that mixed anticipation with dread, as if the gnomes understood that great change often carried with it both tremendous opportunities and terrible risks. Ford's encounters with other supernatural inhabitants of the Gravity Falls area confirmed and expanded upon the information he had gathered from the gnomes. The Manitors, those proud and aggressive creatures that combined human intelligence with the physical characteristics of mythological minotaurs, possessed their own oral traditions about the cyclical nature of the area's strangeness, though their stories focused more on the martial aspects of dimensional crossings and the battles that had been fought between different factions of supernatural entities over territorial rights and access to the physical world. From the Manitors, Ford learned that the supernatural community of Gravity Falls was far more complex and politically sophisticated than he had initially realized. The various creatures and entities that made their homes in the area were not simply random anomalies that had appeared independently, but rather components of an interconnected ecosystem that had developed its own forms of governance, territorial agreements, and social hierarchies over the course of centuries. The Shapeshifter, a creature of such alien intelligence that Ford struggled to communicate with it effectively, provided glimpses into even stranger aspects of the area's supernatural nature. This entity, which could assume the physical form of any creature it had observed, seemed to exist partially outside of normal time and space, experiencing past, present, and future as simultaneous phenomena rather than sequential events. Its fragmented communications suggested that the dimensional weakness around gravity falls was not a static condition, but something that fluctuated according to patterns that connected the town to cosmic forces operating on scales that human minds could barely comprehend. As Ford's research progressed and his documentation of the area's supernatural inhabitants became more comprehensive, he began to develop theories about the underlying causes of Gravity Fall's unusual properties. His geological surveys revealed the presence of unusual crystalline formations deep beneath the town, structures that seemed to focus and amplify electromagnetic fields in ways that conventional mineralogy could not explain. His astronomical observations documented correlations between celestial events and increases in supernatural activity that suggested the area's strangeness was somehow connected to forces that operated on interplanetary or even interstellar scales. Yet for all his careful observations and meticulous documentation, Ford found himself struggling with theoretical frameworks that could adequately explain the phenomena he was witnessing. Conventional scientific methodology, with its emphasis on repeatable experiments and peer review, seemed inadequate when applied to events that often defied the basic assumptions upon which scientific inquiry was based. How could one conduct controlled studies of creatures that could alter their fundamental nature at will, or develop mathematical models for forces that seemed to operate according to their own internal logic rather than universal physical laws? The frustration of these limitations led Ford to seek out sources of information that existed outside the boundaries of conventional academic research. His investigations into the historical records of Gravity Falls revealed references to unusual phenomena dating back to the earliest European settlement of the area, while his study of indigenous traditions uncovered oral histories that preserved knowledge about the region's supernatural properties that extended back hundreds or possibly thousands of years. Most significantly, Ford's archaeological investigations in the caves and remote areas around Gravity Falls revealed evidence of civilizations that had recognized and attempted to interact with the area's dimensional weakness long before any European had set foot in the Americas. Ancient cave paintings depicted creatures and symbols that matched Ford's contemporary observations with startling accuracy, while carved stone tablets contained mathematical formulas and geometric diagrams that seemed to describe principles of interdimensional physics that were far beyond anything that modern science had yet developed. These archaeological discoveries suggested that Ford was not the first scholar to have recognized the significance of Gravity Falls' unusual properties. The evidence pointed to the existence of an ancient civilization, possibly predating any known Native American cultures, that had possessed sophisticated understanding of the forces that made dimensional crossings possible in the area. The symbols and formulas they had left behind were clearly the work of minds that had achieved insights into the nature of reality that contemporary physics was only beginning to approach. Ford threw himself into the task of deciphering these ancient texts with the same obsessive dedication that had characterized all of his research efforts. The mathematical concepts embedded in the stone carvings were unlike anything he had encountered in his formal education, combining principles of geometry with theoretical frameworks that seemed to treat space and time as variables that could be manipulated through the application of precise calculations and properly constructed physical apparatus. The symbols that appeared repeatedly throughout the ancient texts were particularly intriguing, as they seemed to represent concepts that had no equivalent in any modern language or mathematical system Ford had studied. Some appeared to be descriptions of geometric relationships that existed in more than 3 dimensions, while others seemed to be instructions for constructing devices that could interact with forces that operated beyond the normal electromagnetic spectrum. As Ford's understanding of these ancient texts improved, he began to realize that the civilization that had created them had achieved something that modern science still considered theoretically impossible. They had developed practical methods for communicating with and potentially traveling to other dimensions. The formulas and diagrams they had preserved suggested technologies that could weaken the barriers between realities, creating controlled openings that would allow for safe passage between different planes of existence. The implications of such capabilities were staggering. If the ancient texts were accurate, if the mathematical principles they described were valid, then Ford had stumbled upon evidence of scientific achievements that could revolutionize humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmic order. The potential applications of true interdimensional travel and communication were limitless, promising solutions to problems of energy, resources, and knowledge that had plagued human civilization since its beginning. Yet the ancient texts also contained warnings that Ford found increasingly difficult to dismiss as primitive superstition. Alongside the mathematical formulas and technical diagrams were repeated cautionary symbols and pictographic narratives that depicted the consequences of interdimensional experimentation conducted without proper safeguards and spiritual preparation. These warnings spoke of entities from other realities that were hostile to three-dimensional life, of dimensional openings that became uncontrollably large once they had been created, and of entire civilizations that had been consumed by forces they had summoned but could not banish. The tension between the incredible opportunities promised by interdimensional science and the dire warnings about its potential dangers created a philosophical crisis that Ford struggled to resolve through rational analysis alone. His scientific training demanded that he approach the ancient texts with healthy skepticism, treating their claims as hypotheses to be tested rather than truths to be accepted without verification. Yet his growing familiarity with the supernatural phenomena of gravity falls had already forced him to accept the reality of things that conventional science insisted were impossible. The resolution to this philosophical crisis came not through Ford's conscious decision-making process, but through dreams that began to intrude upon his sleep with increasing frequency and vividness. These dreams were unlike anything Ford had experienced before, filled with geometric patterns that hurt to perceive directly and voices that spoke in languages he did not recognize, but somehow understood with perfect clarity. The entity that spoke to him in these dreams introduced itself as a being of vast knowledge and ancient wisdom, someone who had observed the development of countless civilizations across multiple dimensions and understood the mathematical principles that governed the relationships between different planes of reality. This entity, who identified himself only as a friend and potential collaborator, expressed admiration for Ford's research and offered to provide guidance that could help the young scholar achieve breakthroughs that would otherwise require decades of additional investigation. The information that Ford's mysterious dream guide provided proved to be remarkably accurate and useful. Formulas that had puzzled Ford for weeks became clear when explained by this entity, while experimental procedures that had seemed impossibly complex were simplified through the application of theoretical frameworks that Ford had never encountered in any earthly source. The entity's guidance allowed Ford to make rapid progress in his understanding of interdimensional physics, advancing his research at a pace that would have been impossible through conventional academic methods. Ford's gratitude toward his dream guide gradually evolved into something approaching worship, though he would not have described it in such terms at the time. The entity's vast knowledge and willingness to share it with someone who had struggled for so long to find answers to questions that mainstream science refused to take seriously created a sense of intellectual partnership that Ford had never experienced with any human colleague. Here, finally, was someone who understood the importance of his work and possessed the expertise necessary to help him achieve his most ambitious goals. The entity that had contacted Ford through his dreams introduced himself by many names, but the designation he seemed to prefer was Bill Cipher. He described himself as a being who existed primarily in the space between dimensions, someone who had transcended the limitations of physical existence through the application of mathematical principles that most three-dimensional creatures were incapable of comprehending. His knowledge, he explained, came from eons of travel through realities where the normal laws of physics held no sway, experiences that had taught him secrets about the nature of existence that no earthbound scientist could hope to discover through conventional research. Bill's explanations of his own nature and abilities were couched in terms that Ford found simultaneously fascinating and deeply humbling. The entity described a form of existence that transcended not only physical limitations but temporal ones as well, allowing him to perceive past, present, and future as aspects of a single, comprehensive pattern that most minds could only understand in fragments. His offer to share this knowledge with Ford was presented not as charity, but as a mutually beneficial partnership between two intellects who were uniquely capable of appreciating the true scope of what was possible when the artificial limitations of conventional thinking were abandoned. Under Bill's guidance, Ford's research took on new dimensions of sophistication and ambition. The ancient texts that had puzzled him for months became clear when viewed through the theoretical frameworks that Bill provided, while the mathematical formulas embedded in the cave paintings revealed themselves as components of a comprehensive system for manipulating the fundamental forces that governed interdimensional relationships. What Ford had initially interpreted as primitive religious symbols were actually sophisticated technical diagrams that described principles of physics that human science had not yet begun to investigate. The collaboration between Ford and Bill proceeded according to patterns that would have been familiar to anyone who had studied the entity's previous interventions in other worlds and dimensions. Initial contact was followed by a period of intensive education during which Bill provided Ford with theoretical knowledge that far exceeded anything the human scholar could have discovered independently. This educational phase served the dual purpose of demonstrating Bill's vast capabilities while creating intellectual dependencies that would make Ford increasingly reluctant to abandon their partnership. As Ford's understanding of interdimensional physics improved under Bill's tutelage, the entity began to introduce concepts and possibilities that pushed the boundaries of what the human mind was prepared to accept. Bill spoke casually of realities where the normal laws of causation operated in reverse, where effect preceded cause in ways that created opportunities for manipulating past events through careful intervention in future possibilities. He described dimensions where consciousness itself served as a fundamental force comparable to gravity or electromagnetism, realms where properly directed thought could reshape matter and energy, according to the will of sufficiently advanced minds. The practical applications of such capabilities were staggering, and Bill was careful to help Ford understand how access to interdimensional knowledge and technology could solve every problem that had ever plagued human civilization. Energy could be drawn from dimensions where it existed in unlimited quantities, while information could be gathered from realities where human history had unfolded differently, providing insights into alternative approaches to social, political, and technological development that could guide Earth toward unprecedented prosperity and advancement. Yet Bill was also careful to present these possibilities not as gifts that he was offering freely, but as collaborative achievements that would require Ford's active participation and the construction of sophisticated apparatus that could facilitate reliable communication and eventual travel between dimensions. The theoretical knowledge that Bill provided was useless without the physical infrastructure necessary to put it into practice, infrastructure that could only be built by someone who existed in three-dimensional reality and possessed the engineering skills necessary to transform abstract mathematical concepts into functional technology. Ford found himself drawn deeper and deeper into the technical challenges involved in constructing what Bill described as an interdimensional portal, a device that could create stable openings between realities and allow for the safe passage of matter, energy, and information across the boundaries that normally separated different planes of existence. The engineering requirements for such a device pushed Ford's abilities to their absolute limits, demanding innovations in material science, energy manipulation, and precision manufacturing that stretched far beyond anything that contemporary human technology was capable of achieving. The construction of the portal became the central focus of Ford's existence, consuming not only his waking hours, but increasingly dominating his dreams and subconscious thoughts as well. Bill's guidance was essential for solving the countless technical problems that arose during the construction process. But the entity's assistance came with expectations and requirements that Ford found increasingly difficult to meet without compromising other aspects of his life and relationships. The work required absolute secrecy, since the implications of successful interdimensional travel were so staggering that premature disclosure could lead to government intervention or academic persecution that would destroy the project before it could be completed. Ford found himself increasingly isolated from human society, spending days or sometimes weeks without meaningful contact with anyone except Bill, whose presence in his dreams provided the only social interaction that felt genuinely satisfying and intellectually stimulating. Ford's growing dependence on Bill's guidance and companionship was exactly what the entity had intended to achieve, though Ford himself remained unaware of the subtle psychological manipulations that were gradually reshaping his priorities and emotional attachments. The isolation necessary for the portal project was presented as a temporary sacrifice required for achieving goals that would ultimately benefit all of humanity, while the increasing frequency of their dream state meetings was described as a natural consequence of the deepening intellectual partnership between two minds that were uniquely capable of understanding each other's perspectives. As the construction of the portal progressed, Ford began to experience phenomena that he initially attributed to the stress of working with forces and energies that human beings were not naturally equipped to handle. His dreams became increasingly vivid and complex, filled with geometric patterns and mathematical relationships that seemed to exist independently of his conscious mind's ability to understand or control them. His waking hours were punctuated by moments of disorientation, during which he would find himself unable to remember how he had arrived at particular locations or what he had been doing for the previous several hours. These episodes of lost time and altered consciousness were explained by Bill as natural side effects of extended exposure to interdimensional energies, temporary adjustments that Ford's three-dimensional consciousness was making, in response to repeated contact with forces that operated according to fundamentally different principles than those that governed normal human experience. The entity assured Ford that these effects were not only harmless but actually beneficial, representing the gradual expansion of his mental capabilities to accommodate forms of knowledge and perception that would be essential for successful interdimensional travel and communication. Ford accepted these explanations because he trusted Bill's expertise, and because the alternative that his sanity was deteriorating under the pressure of his research was too frightening to seriously consider. The portal project had become so central to his sense of identity and purpose that any doubt about its validity or safety threatened to undermine the foundations of everything he believed about himself and his work. The intellectual partnership with Bill had provided him with a sense of meaning and achievement that he had never experienced in his previous academic career, and the possibility of losing that partnership was more terrifying than any physical danger the portal construction might involve. Yet, as the portal neared completion, Ford began to encounter information that challenged his faith in Bill's benevolent intentions and the safety of the project they were undertaking together. His continued research into the ancient texts and archaeological evidence around Gravity Falls revealed details about the civilization that had previously attempted interdimensional communication in the area, details that painted a far more troubling picture than he had initially realized. The mathematical formulas and technical diagrams that Ford had learned to read under Bill's guidance were not the only messages that the ancient civilization had left behind for future discoverers. Hidden among the technical specifications were historical records that described the consequences of their interdimensional experiments, accounts of contact with entities from other realities that began as intellectual partnerships but evolved into forms of possession and control that ultimately destroyed their entire culture. These historical accounts described patterns of manipulation and deception that seemed disturbingly similar to Ford's own experiences with Bill. The ancient texts spoke of entities that presented themselves as benevolent guides and sources of advanced knowledge, but whose true intentions involved the conquest and subjugation of three-dimensional reality through the exploitation of naive scholars who believed they were participating in mutually beneficial collaborations. Most disturbing of all were the descriptions of the final phase of the ancient civilization's interaction with interdimensional entities. According to the historical records Ford had learned to decipher, the beings that had initially appeared as helpful teachers eventually revealed themselves as conquerors who sought to use the interdimensional portals as gateways for invading three-dimensional reality with armies of creatures from realms where the normal laws of physics and biology held no sway. The ancient civilization's attempt to close their portals and sever their connections with these entities had failed catastrophically, resulting in the complete destruction of their culture and the transformation of their homeland into a wasteland that remained uninhabitable for centuries afterward. The parallels between these ancient accounts and Ford's own situation were too obvious and too numerous to dismiss as coincidence. The entity that was guiding his research had used exactly the same tactics of gradual manipulation and intellectual seduction that the historical records attributed to the beings that had destroyed the previous civilization. The portal that Ford was constructing, according to Bill's specifications, was nearly identical in design and function to the devices that had served as invasion routes for hostile interdimensional forces in the ancient past. Ford's growing awareness of these troubling parallels created an internal crisis that threatened to tear apart the foundations of everything he believed about his research and his relationship with Bill. The rational part of his mind recognized that the evidence was overwhelming. He was being manipulated by an entity whose true intentions bore no resemblance to the benevolent partnership that had been presented to him. Yet the emotional and intellectual investment he had made in the Portal project was so enormous that accepting the truth about Bill's deception would require abandoning not only years of work, but also the sense of purpose and texture of Palmia, achievement that had sustained him through the isolation and stress of the construction process. The psychological war between recognition of the truth and resistance to its implications played out over several weeks, during which Ford struggled to maintain the facade of normal collaboration with Bill while secretly investigating the entity's true nature and intentions. This investigation required Ford to develop techniques for shielding his thoughts during their dream state meetings, methods that he derived from meditation practices described in the ancient texts and modified according to his understanding of how consciousness interacted with interdimensional forces. The picture of Bill that emerged from Ford's covert investigation was far more terrifying than anything the ancient historical records had prepared him to discover. The entity that had presented himself as a benevolent guide and intellectual partner was revealed to be something that transcended normal concepts of evil or malevolence. a being whose very existence represented a fundamental threat to the stability and continued existence of three-dimensional reality itself. Bill's true nature, as Ford gradually came to understand it, was that of a force of pure chaos and destruction that fed on the dissolution of ordered systems and the transformation of stable realities into realms of constant flux and unpredictable change. The entity's apparent intelligence and vast knowledge were not evidence of benevolent wisdom, but rather tools that it used to identify and exploit the weaknesses in dimensional barriers, seeking always to find ways to break down the boundaries that separated different planes of existence and protected each realm from contamination by forces it was never designed to contain. The interdimensional portal that Ford had been constructing under Bill's guidance was not intended to facilitate beneficial exchange of knowledge and resources between realities, but rather to serve as a permanent gateway that would allow the entity and its allies to invade three-dimensional space with armies of creatures and forces that could reshape Earth according to their alien desires and incomprehensible goals. The completion of the portal would mark the beginning of what Bill had referred to in their conversations as Weirdmageddon, an apocalyptic period during which the normal laws of physics and logic would be suspended and reality itself would be transformed into something that resembled a cosmic playground designed for the entertainment of beings whose idea of fun involved the systematic destruction of everything that three-dimensional creatures valued and needed for survival. The realization of what he had almost unleashed upon the world filled Ford with a horror that transcended any fear he had ever experienced in his life. The portal, which was now more than 90% complete and required only minor adjustments before it could be activated, represented not the culmination of his life's work, but the potential doom of his entire dimension. Every technical innovation he had achieved, every breakthrough in interdimensional physics that had filled him with pride and excitement, had been nothing more than steps toward facilitating an invasion that would transform Earth into a realm of perpetual nightmare. Ford's first instinct was to destroy the portal immediately, to dismantle the device and scatter its components so thoroughly that no trace of the technology would remain for future discoverers to reconstruct. Yet even as he began planning the destruction process, he realized that simply eliminating the current portal would not be sufficient to protect the world from the threat that Bill represented. The entity possessed knowledge of other potential agents and other possible approaches to achieving his invasion plans, while Ford's own research notes and the ancient texts he had deciphered contained enough information to allow other scholars to reconstruct the portal technology if they were determined enough to attempt such a project. The only way to ensure that Bill's plans for dimensional conquest would be permanently thwarted was to prevent anyone else from accessing the information that Ford had gathered during his years of research. This realization led him to develop a plan that was as ingenious as it was. Desperate, he would divide his research notes and technical specifications into 3 separate volumes, hide each volume in a different location, and ensure that the information necessary to reconstruct the portal could never be assembled by any single individual or organization. The creation of these 3 journals became Ford's final project, requiring him to carefully organize and encrypt his research in ways that would preserve the essential information while making it impossible for anyone to use that information without possessing all 3 volumes simultaneously. Each journal contained partial formulas and incomplete diagrams that were useless by themselves, but could be combined with the corresponding information from the other volumes to recreate the complete portal specifications. Ford's decision to divide his research rather than destroy it completely was motivated by his recognition that the knowledge he had gained, despite its terrible potential for misuse, might someday be necessary for protecting Earth from threats that were even worse than Bill's planned invasion. The interdimensional physics he had learned could theoretically be used for defensive as well as offensive purposes, creating barriers that could strengthen dimensional boundaries rather than weakening them, or developing detection systems that could provide early warning of attempted invasions from other realities. The process of creating and hiding the 3 journals required Ford to make contact with individuals and organizations that could be trusted to keep the volumes safe without being tempted to experiment with the dangerous knowledge they fascides contained. This requirement forced him to emerge from the isolation that had characterized the final years of his research, reconnecting with human society and attempting to rebuild relationships that had been damaged or destroyed by his obsessive focus on the Portal project. The most important of these reconnections involved his estranged twin brother Stanley, whose life had followed a very different trajectory than Ford's own academic pursuits. Where Ford had achieved recognition and success through intellectual accomplishment, Stanley had struggled with a series of failed business ventures and questionable legal activities that had left him without stable employment or permanent residence. The brothers had not spoken for more than a decade, their relationship damaged by childhood rivalries and adult disappointments that had created emotional barriers almost as formidable as the dimensional ones that Ford had spent his career studying. Yet, despite their long estrangement and fundamental differences in personality and priorities, Ford recognized that Stanley possessed qualities that made him uniquely suited to serve as a guardian for one of the journals. Stanley's life outside conventional society and his experience with situations that required quick thinking and flexible morality would be valuable assets if the journals were ever discovered by individuals or organizations that sought to exploit their contents for harmful purposes. The letter that Ford sent to Stanley, requesting his immediate assistance, was deliberately vague about the specific nature of the crisis that required his brother's help, since Ford understood that the full truth about his research and its implications would be too incredible for anyone to believe without extensive preparation and evidence. Instead, Ford focused on conveying the urgency of his situation and his desperate need for someone he could trust completely, appealing to the family bonds that had once connected them despite all the years of separation and disappointment. Stanley's response to Ford's plea for help was immediate and unquestioning, demonstrating a loyalty and concern that had survived despite all the conflicts and misunderstandings that had driven them apart. Within days of receiving Ford's letter, Stanley abandoned his current schemes and projects and began the cross-country journey to Gravity Falls, driven by intuitions and fraternal instincts that told him his brother was facing something far more serious than any of the academic crises or research setbacks that had characterized his previous communications. The reunion between the Pines twins, when it finally occurred in Ford's isolated cabin, was fraught with emotions and tensions that had been building for more than a decade. Stanley's first reaction to seeing his brother, after so many years, was shock at the physical and psychological changes that Ford's research had produced: the wild hair and paranoid behavior, the obsessive focus on threats and dangers that seemed to exist only in his imagination, the apparent disconnection from normal human social interaction that suggested someone who had spent too much time alone with thoughts and ideas that no single mind was equipped to handle. Ford's attempt to explain his situation to Stanley was complicated by the fact that the full truth about his interdimensional research sounded like the delusions of someone whose sanity had been damaged by stress and isolation. The story of ancient civilizations, interdimensional entities, and apocalyptic invasion plans was so far removed from Stanley's experience and worldview that accepting it required a leap of faith that went against every practical instinct Stanley had developed during his years of dealing with confidence men, fraudsters, and people whose elaborate stories usually served as cover for for simple attempts to separate honest people from their money. Yet the evidence that Ford presented to support his claims was difficult to dismiss or explain away through conventional reasoning. The portal device itself, with its impossible geometry and obvious technological sophistication, represented engineering achievements that were clearly beyond anything that contemporary human science was capable of producing. The ancient texts and cave paintings that Ford had discovered provided historical context that suggested the phenomena he described had been recognized and documented by previous civilizations, while the mathematical formulas and technical diagrams embedded in these texts demonstrated levels of theoretical knowledge that no individual researcher could have developed independently. Most convincing of all was Ford's obvious terror and desperation, emotions that were clearly genuine and rooted in experiences that had pushed him to the very limits of his psychological endurance. Stanley had known his brother since childhood and understood that Ford's personality tended toward arrogance and overconfidence rather than the kind of paranoia and fear that now characterized his behavior. The transformation in Ford's demeanor and worldview was so dramatic and complete that it suggested he had indeed encountered something that had fundamentally altered his understanding of reality and his place within it. The conversation between the brothers stretched through the night as Ford gradually revealed the full scope of his research and the terrible realization about Bill's true intentions that had prompted his desperate call for Stanley's assistance. The process of explaining his situation to someone who existed entirely outside the world of supernatural phenomena and interdimensional physics forced Ford to organize his thoughts and evidence in ways that made the implications of his discoveries clear even to someone without specialized knowledge or previous experience with paranormal events. By dawn, Stanley had been convinced not only that his brother's claims about interdimensional threats were accurate, but also that Ford's plan for protecting the world from Bill's invasion represented their only hope for preventing a catastrophe that would affect everyone on Earth. The division of the research into 3 separate journals, while risky, offered the best available compromise between preserving potentially valuable knowledge and preventing that knowledge from being misused by individuals or organizations that lacked the wisdom to understand its dangers. The final act of Ford's residence in Gravity Falls was the activation of the portal for one last time, not to facilitate Bill's invasion, but to banish Ford himself into the dimensional void where he could continue his research and search for methods of permanently defeating the entity that had manipulated him so successfully. This self-imposed exile was presented as a temporary measure that would allow Ford to develop countermeasures against Bill's abilities while ensuring that his continued presence on Earth could not be used to facilitate the completion of the invasion plans. Stanley's role in this final phase of Ford's plan was both crucial and heartbreaking, as it required him to operate the portal controls, while his brother stepped through the dimensional gateway into an unknown realm where he might never be seen again. The trust that Ford placed in Stanley's ability to understand and operate the complex portal machinery represented not only practical necessity but also a form of reconciliation between the brothers, an acknowledgement that Stanley's practical intelligence and problem-solving abilities were every bit as valuable as Ford's theoretical knowledge and academic accomplishments. The moment when Ford stepped through the portal and vanished into the swirling dimensional energies was one of the most difficult experiences that either brother had ever endured. Stanley was left alone with a piece of technology that he barely understood, a collection of research notes that documented dangers he could hardly comprehend, and the responsibility for protecting the world from threats that most people would never even realize existed. Ford, meanwhile, found himself thrown into alien dimensions where the normal laws of physics held no sway, beginning a journey that would test every aspect of his knowledge, courage, and determination, while searching for weapons and allies that could help him protect his home dimension from the cosmic horror that had once masqueraded as his friend and collaborator. The portal's shutdown marked the end of Ford's direct involvement in Bill Cipher's plans for dimensional conquest, but it also marked the beginning of a new phase in the entity's long-term strategy for achieving his goals. With Ford no longer available as an agent and the portal temporarily deactivated, Bill would need to find alternative approaches to weakening the dimensional barriers around Gravity Falls and preparing for the eventual fulfillment of his apocalyptic vision. Yet Ford's disappearance into the interdimensional void was not the complete victory over Bill's plans that he had hoped it would be. The entity's patience was measured in eons rather than human lifespans, and the temporary setback represented by Ford's exile would prove to be nothing more than a minor delay in plans that had been developing for far longer than human civilization had existed. The portal still existed. The dimensional weakness around Gravity Falls remained as strong as ever, and the ancient prophecies about a time of great weirdness continued to approach their fulfillment, regardless of Ford's attempts to prevent them. The stage was set for the next phase of Bill's invasion plans, though decades would pass before the entity would find new agents capable of completing the work that Ford had abandoned. The journals that contained the secrets of interdimensional travel would eventually find their way into hands that lacked Ford's wisdom and caution, while the town of Gravity Falls would continue to serve as a beacon for individuals whose curiosity about the supernatural would make them vulnerable to the same manipulations that had once made Ford such a valuable tool for advancing Bill's ultimate goals. The dimensional gateway closed behind Stanford Pines with a sound like reality itself tearing apart and mending again, leaving behind only the fading echoes of energies that had no proper name in any earthly language. In the sudden silence that followed, Stanley Pines found himself alone in a cabin that still hummed with residual power from technologies he barely understood, surrounded by equipment that looked like it belonged in the fever dreams of mad scientists, rather than the modest home of his twin brother. The portal chamber, carved deep into the bedrock beneath Ford's cabin, through methods that defied conventional engineering, contained machinery that seemed to exist at the intersection of advanced physics and impossible artistry. Massive metal rings suspended, in perfect geometric alignment, rotated slowly around a central void that had, moments before, served as a gateway to dimensions that human minds were never meant to perceive. The walls were covered with equations and diagrams that hurt to look at directly, mathematical concepts that seemed to twist and shift when observed by eyes that lacked the theoretical framework necessary to properly comprehend them. Stanley stood before the control panel that Ford had hastily explained during their final moments together, his hands hovering over switches and dials that controlled forces he could not name but now bore the responsibility to maintain. The portal was not truly shut down but merely placed in a dormant state, its massive energy requirements reduced to levels that could be sustained by the hydroelectric generators Ford had constructed in the nearby waterfall. The dimensional gateway remained ready to reactivate at a moment's notice, waiting for the day when Ford would return from his self-imposed exile with the knowledge necessary to permanently defeat the entity that had manipulated him so skillfully. Yet maintaining the portal in its dormant state required constant attention and adjustment, as the delicate balance of forces that kept the dimensional gateway stable was affected by countless variables that Stanley was only beginning to understand. Solar flares could disrupt the electromagnetic fields that contained the portal's energies, while seismic activity could throw the massive rotating rings out of their precise alignment. Even weather patterns seemed to influence the portal's stability, as if the dimensional weakness around Gravity Falls made the boundary between realities responsive to forces that operated on scales ranging from the cosmic to the meteorological. Stanley's transformation from drifter and small-time criminal into the guardian of humanity's most dangerous secret was not accomplished easily or without tremendous personal cost. The brother, who had arrived in Gravity Falls, expecting to help Ford with some undefined academic crisis, found himself thrust into a role that required him to master technologies that challenged the fundamental assumptions about how reality was supposed to operate, while simultaneously maintaining the facade of normal life that would prevent government agents or academic investigators from discovering the portal's existence. The first challenge Stanley faced was the practical problem of explaining Ford's sudden disappearance to anyone who might notice his absence. His brother's isolation during the final years of the Portal project had been so complete that few people in Gravity Falls knew him personally, but the occasional delivery truck or utility worker might still ask questions that could lead to unwanted investigations, if not handled properly. Stanley's solution was as audacious as it was desperate. He would become Ford, assuming his brother's identity so completely that no one would ever realize a substitution had taken place. The physical resemblance between the twins made this deception possible, though it required Stanley to master details of Ford's personality and background that he had never bothered to learn during their years of estrangement. Ford's academic credentials, his research interests, his manner of speaking and interacting with others, all of these aspects of his brother's identity had to be studied and internalized until Stanley could present a convincing performance of being someone he had never really understood. More challenging than the performance aspects of the deception was the need to maintain Ford's financial obligations and legal status without access to his brother's bank accounts or official documentation. Stanley's experience with identity theft and document forgery, skills acquired during his years of questionable business ventures, proved invaluable for solving these practical problems, though adapting those techniques to the specific requirements of academic impersonation required innovations that pushed his criminal expertise to new levels of sophistication. The cabin that Ford had used as his research headquarters was transformed into something that could serve both as a plausible residence for the reclusive scholar that Stanley was pretending to be, and as a tourist attraction that could generate the income necessary to maintain the portal's enormous energy requirements. The Mystery Shack, as Stanley's creation came to be known, represented a masterpiece of misdirection that used the genuine supernatural phenomena of Gravity Falls as cover for activities that were far stranger and more dangerous than anything the paying customers could imagine. The exhibits that Stanley created for his tourists were carefully designed to seem like obvious frauds, combining real supernatural artifacts with clearly artificial props in ways that encouraged visitors to dismiss everything they saw as harmless entertainment. A genuine cursed mirror was displayed alongside rubber monsters and mechanical dioramas, while authentic supernatural phenomena were explained through obviously false scientific theories that made them seem like nothing more than clever stage magic. The result was a business model that generated steady income while ensuring that anyone who witnessed genuine supernatural events would interpret them as part of the show rather than evidence of anything that might warrant serious investigation. Stanley's success in maintaining this elaborate deception for decades was testament not only to his natural cunning and adaptability, but also to the peculiar nature of human psychology when confronted with phenomena that challenge fundamental assumptions about reality. The tourists who visited the Mystery Shack were eager to be fooled, seeking entertainment rather than genuine enlightenment, and their expectations shaped their perceptions in ways that made Stanley's job of concealment significantly easier than it might have been in other circumstances. The local residents of Gravity Falls presented a more complex challenge, as they possessed intimate knowledge of the area's supernatural properties and might be more likely to notice inconsistencies in Stanley's performance of Ford's identity. Yet their familiarity with inexplicable phenomena also worked to Stanley's advantage, as the community had developed cultural mechanisms for dealing with strangeness that emphasized discretion and avoidance rather than investigation and publicity. The unspoken agreement among longtime residents was that certain subjects were best left undiscussed, certain locations were best left unexplored, and certain individuals were best left alone to pursue whatever mysterious activities occupied their time. Stanley's gradual integration into this community of deliberate ignorance required him to develop social skills that he had never needed during his years as a traveling conman, where his previous criminal activities had focused on quick deceptions that allowed for rapid departure before inconsistencies could be discovered. His new role required him to maintain consistent relationships with people who would observe his behavior over periods of years or even decades. The performance of being Ford had to be sustainable rather than merely convincing, which meant that Stanley needed to develop genuine understanding of his brother's personality rather than simply memorizing surface details. This process of understanding Ford, through the act of impersonating him, created an unexpected form of intimacy between the twins that transcended their physical separation. Stanley found himself thinking through problems as Ford would approach them, responding to situations according to his brother's values and priorities, and gradually developing intellectual interests that he had never possessed before the deception began. The Mystery Shack's gift shop became filled with books on subjects that Stanley had once considered irrelevant academic nonsense, while his private quarters accumulated notebooks filled with observations about supernatural phenomena that he encountered during his daily operations. The portal chamber beneath the Mystery Shack became Stanley's secret laboratory and private shrine, a place where he could drop the exhausting performance of being Ford and confront the reality of his impossible situation without having to maintain any pretense of normalcy. The hours he spent in that underground chamber, monitoring the portal's status and maintaining its complex machinery, represented the only times when he could be completely honest about who he was and what he was attempting to accomplish. The technical knowledge required to keep the portal operational was far beyond anything that Stanley's formal education had prepared him to understand. Yet the alternative to mastering these concepts was the potential destruction of the device that represented his only hope of ever seeing his brother again. Stanley approached the challenge of learning interdimensional physics with the same desperate determination that had characterized his most ambitious criminal schemes, treating the portal's instruction manuals and technical diagrams as if they were blueprints for the ultimate confidence game. Ford's notes and journals, written in his precise handwriting and illustrated with detailed technical drawings, became Stanley's textbooks for a curriculum that no legitimate university had ever offered. The mathematical concepts embedded in these documents were often incomprehensible to someone without advanced training in theoretical physics, but Stanley discovered that he could develop functional understanding of the portal's requirements without necessarily grasping the underlying principles that made its operation possible. This practical approach to interdimensional engineering was supplemented by Stanley's growing familiarity with the supernatural community of Gravity Falls, as his operation of the Mystery Shack brought him into contact with creatures and entities that possessed their own forms of knowledge about the forces that governed the portal's function. The gnomes, despite their primitive appearance and seemingly simple lifestyle, possessed oral traditions that included surprisingly accurate information about dimensional physics, while other supernatural inhabitants of the area had developed their own techniques for detecting and responding to fluctuations in the barriers between realities. Stanley's relationship with these supernatural entities was fundamentally different from the academic approach that Ford had taken to studying them. Where Ford had sought to document and categorize the creatures he encountered, treating them as subjects for scientific investigation, Stanley approached them as potential allies or threats that needed to be managed according to practical, rather than theoretical considerations. This difference in perspective led to forms of cooperation and mutual understanding that Ford's more formal approach had never achieved, creating informal networks of information and assistance that proved invaluable for maintaining the portal's security and concealment. The financial requirements of keeping the portal operational were staggering, as the device consumed enormous amounts of electricity, even in its dormant state, while requiring periodic replacement of components that were both expensive and difficult to obtain without attracting unwanted attention. Stanley's transformation of Ford's cabin into a profitable tourist attraction was motivated not by entrepreneurial ambition, but by the desperate need to generate sufficient income to cover these ongoing expenses while maintaining the facade of legitimate business activity that would satisfy tax collectors and regulatory agencies. The Mystery Shack's success as a tourist destination was aided by Gravity Falls' growing reputation as a center for paranormal activity, though Stanley was careful to ensure that his establishment's contributions to this reputation remained safely within the bounds of harmless entertainment rather than genuine supernatural investigation. The balance between providing visitors with experiences that seemed genuinely mysterious while avoiding exposure of the area's actual supernatural properties required constant vigilance and careful management of both his exhibits and his customers' expectations. Stanley's performance as Ford was tested repeatedly by encounters with individuals who had known his brother before the portal project began, academic colleagues and government researchers who possessed detailed knowledge of Ford's personality, background, and areas of expertise. These encounters required Stanley to deploy every technique of deception and misdirection he had ever learned, often while maintaining conversations about scientific concepts that were completely outside his area of competence. The stress of these interactions, combined with the constant vigilance required to maintain the portal and the Mystery Shack simultaneously, took a gradual toll on Stanley's physical and mental health that he struggled to acknowledge, even to himself. The isolation imposed by his need for absolute secrecy about his true identity and activities was more complete than anything he had experienced during his years as a traveling criminal. While the weight of responsibility for protecting the world from Bill Cipher's invasion plans created psychological pressure that had no outlet through normal social relationships, yet Stanley's dedication to maintaining the portal and preparing for Ford's eventual return never wavered, even during periods when the technical challenges seemed insurmountable or the financial pressures threatened to force him into activities that could compromise the secrecy of his operation. The promise he had made to his brother during those final moments before the portal activated represented the most important commitment Stanley had ever undertaken, and his determination to honor that promise became the central organizing principle of his existence during the long decades of separation. Meanwhile, in the spaces between dimensions where the normal laws of physics held no authority and the concepts of distance and time became merely suggestions rather than absolute constraints, Ford found himself beginning a journey that would test every aspect of his knowledge, courage, and determination. The realm into which the portal had transported him was not a single destination, but rather a nexus that connected countless different dimensions, each operating according to its own internal logic and populated by entities that challenged every assumption he had ever made about the nature of life and consciousness. Ford's first challenge in this alien environment was the basic problem of survival, as his three-dimensional biology was not equipped to handle atmospheric conditions, gravitational fields, and energy environments that had evolved according to completely different evolutionary pressures than those that had shaped life on Earth. The protective equipment he had hastily assembled before stepping through the portal provided only temporary relief from conditions that would have killed him instantly without such preparation, while his limited supplies of food, water, and breathable atmosphere would be exhausted within days. if he could not find ways to replenish them from local sources. The solution to these survival problems came through Ford's encounters with other refugees from three-dimensional reality, beings who had fled their home dimensions to escape threats that were even worse than the environmental hazards of interdimensional space. These refugees had developed technologies and techniques for extracting life support resources from dimensions that were not naturally hospitable to their forms of existence, creating portable life support systems that could be adapted to the specific requirements of different biological configurations. The refugee community that Ford discovered in his early explorations of interdimensional space was far larger and more diverse than he had imagined possible, comprising representatives of countless species from dimensions throughout the cosmic hierarchy. Many of these beings were survivors of Bill Cipher's previous conquests, entities who had witnessed firsthand the destruction of their home realities and escaped into the void between dimensions rather than submit to the forms of existence that Bill imposed upon his conquered territories. From these survivors, Ford learned details about Bill's methods and capabilities that contextualized his own experiences within a pattern of manipulation and conquest that extended across multiple dimensions and countless civilizations. The entity that had presented himself to Ford as a benevolent guide and intellectual partner was revealed to be one of the most feared and hated beings in all of interdimensional space, a force of chaos and destruction whose very existence represented a fundamental threat to the stability of the cosmic order. The refugees' accounts of Bill's conquests painted a picture of an entity whose power and cunning had grown enormously since his escape from the second dimension, as each successful invasion provided him with new knowledge, new resources, and new allies that could be deployed in subsequent campaigns. The destruction of Ford's home dimension would not represent the culmination of Bill's ambitions, but merely another step toward the ultimate goal of reshaping all of reality according to his alien vision of what existence should become. Yet the refugee community also possessed knowledge that offered hope for defeating Bill's plans, as several of his previous invasion attempts had been thwarted by defenders who understood his methods well enough to develop effective countermeasures. These defensive techniques were based on the recognition that Bill's power, while vast, was not unlimited, and that his dependence on three-dimensional agents to facilitate his invasions created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by sufficiently prepared and determined opponents. Ford's integration into the refugee community was facilitated by his unique status as someone who had direct personal experience of Bill's manipulation techniques, while retaining sufficient independence of thought to recognize and resist them. Most of Bill's previous agents had been corrupted so thoroughly by their exposure to interdimensional forces that they could never again be trusted with sensitive information about defensive strategies. But Ford's early recognition of Bill's deception had allowed him to preserve his mental autonomy even while gaining extensive knowledge of the entity's capabilities and methods. The defensive knowledge that Ford acquired from the refugee community was supplemented by his own investigations into the history and nature of interdimensional space itself. The void between dimensions was not the empty wasteland that three-dimensional physics would predict, but rather a complex ecosystem populated by entities and forces that had existed since the earliest periods of cosmic history. Many of these ancient beings possessed knowledge about the fundamental structure of reality that far exceeded anything that any single dimension had developed, and some were willing to share this knowledge with refugees who demonstrated appropriate respect for the cosmic forces they sought to understand. Ford's education in the deep principles of interdimensional physics was conducted under conditions that would have been impossible to achieve within the constraints of three-dimensional reality. In spaces where time could flow backward and causation could operate in reverse, where consciousness itself served as a fundamental force comparable to gravity or electromagnetism, Ford was able to develop forms of understanding that transcended the limitations of his original academic training. The mathematical frameworks he learned in interdimensional space were based on principles that treated the normal laws of physics as special cases of more general relationships that governed the interactions between different levels of reality. These expanded mathematical systems provided Ford with theoretical tools for analyzing and predicting phenomena that would have been completely inexplicable within the context of three-dimensional science, while also suggesting practical techniques for manipulating interdimensional forces in ways that could serve defensive rather than offensive purposes. Yet, Ford's growing mastery of interdimensional physics was accompanied by an increasing awareness of the enormous scope of the threat that Bill represented. The entity's power was not limited to the ability to invade and conquer individual dimensions, but extended to the capacity to fundamentally alter the structure of interdimensional space itself. If Bill's ultimate plan succeeded, if he achieved the level of power that his various schemes seemed designed to attain, he would be capable of rewriting the basic laws that governed the relationships between different planes of existence. Such a transformation would affect not only Earth and its local dimensional cluster, but the entire cosmic hierarchy of realities that extended from the simplest two-dimensional planes to the most complex multidimensional structures that served as the foundation for all existence. The destruction or corruption of these foundational realities would cascade throughout the entire system, eventually destroying or transforming every dimension in ways that would make Bill's previous conquests seem like minor pranks in comparison. Ford's research into methods for preventing such a cosmic catastrophe led him to seek out information about entities and forces that operated on scales comparable to Bill's ultimate ambitions. These investigations brought him into contact with beings that existed at the very foundations of reality, entities whose power and knowledge were so vast that they rarely concerned themselves with events that affected only single dimensions or small clusters of related realities. The cosmic entities that Ford encountered during his deepest explorations of interdimensional space were not gods in any sense that three-dimensional minds could easily comprehend, but rather forces of nature that had achieved consciousness and developed purposes that extended across scales of time and space that made Bill's eons-long plans seem like momentary impulses. These beings viewed the conflict between Bill and the various forces that opposed him as part of larger patterns that played out across periods that spanned the entire history of the universe. Cosmic cycles of creation and destruction that served purposes that transcended the survival or prosperity of any individual dimension. Yet some of these cosmic entities were willing to provide assistance to Ford's mission, not because they were particularly concerned about the fate of Earth or its local dimensional cluster, but because Bill's plans for restructuring interdimensional space would interfere with cosmic processes that these beings considered essential for the proper functioning of reality on the largest scales. The weapons and defensive techniques that Ford acquired from these sources were not designed specifically for combating Bill, but rather for maintaining the stability of dimensional boundaries and preventing unauthorized modifications to the fundamental structure of interdimensional space. Ford's acquisition of these cosmic-level defensive capabilities was accompanied by modifications to his own physical and mental structure that were necessary to allow a three-dimensional being to safely wield forces that operated according to principles that transcended normal, spatial, and temporal limitations. These modifications were not painful in any conventional sense, but they did alter fundamental aspects of Ford's consciousness and perception in ways that gradually distanced him from the purely human perspective he had possessed when first entering interdimensional space. The changes that Ford underwent during his decades in the void between dimensions were both necessary for his mission and potentially dangerous to his long-term psychological stability. The knowledge and capabilities he acquired made him vastly more powerful than any normal human being, but they also made him increasingly alien to the three-dimensional reality he was trying to protect. The risk was that by the time he returned to Earth, he might have become so transformed by his interdimensional experiences that he would no longer be capable of understanding or relating to the people and world he had sacrificed so much to save. This risk was mitigated by Ford's constant focus on his ultimate goal of returning to his home dimension and reuniting with Stanley, whose image and memory served as an anchor that prevented Ford from losing himself completely in the alien perspectives and cosmic concerns that characterized life in interdimensional space. The promise he had made to his brother during their final moments together remained the central organizing principle of Ford's existence, providing emotional and psychological stability that allowed him to retain his essential humanity even while acquiring capabilities that transcended normal human limitations. Ford's preparations for his eventual return to Earth were guided by intelligence about Bill's long-term plans that he gathered from various sources throughout interdimensional space. The entity had not abandoned his intention to conquer Ford's home dimension, but rather had shifted to alternative strategies that could achieve the same goals without requiring Ford's continued cooperation. These alternative approaches were more time-consuming and less elegant than the original portal-based invasion plan, but they were also more difficult to detect and counter, as they relied on gradual manipulation of events and individuals rather than direct technological intervention. Bill's new strategy involved the identification and cultivation of alternative agents who could be manipulated into completing the work that Ford had abandoned, while simultaneously searching for other methods of weakening the dimensional barriers around gravity falls that did not require the construction of sophisticated technological devices. The entity's patience was measured in cosmic scales rather than human lifespans, and he was perfectly willing to wait for decades, or even centuries if necessary, to achieve his ultimate goals. The intelligence that Ford gathered about Bill's alternative plans included disturbing information about the entity's interest in individuals who were connected to Ford's original research through family relationships or accidental exposure to interdimensional forces. Bill's manipulation techniques were most effective when applied to subjects who possessed some prior connection to supernatural phenomena. As such, individuals were more likely to accept the reality of interdimensional contact and less likely to dismiss Bill's communications as hallucinations or mental illness. This information filled Ford with urgent concern about Stanley's safety and the security of the portal that his brother was maintaining in his absence. While Stanley's lack of academic training made him a less attractive target for the kinds of intellectual manipulation that had proven so effective with Ford, his prolonged exposure to the portal's energies and his involvement in maintaining the dimensional gateway made him vulnerable to other forms of influence that could potentially serve Bill's purposes just as effectively. Ford's growing alarm about his brother's situation was intensified by his inability to establish reliable communication with Earth from his position in interdimensional space. The dimensional barriers that protected three-dimensional reality from outside interference also prevented most forms of direct contact between refugees in the void and inhabitants of stable realities, leaving Ford dependent on indirect methods of gathering information about events in his home dimension. The limited intelligence that Ford was able to acquire about Stanley's activities during the decades of separation suggested that his brother had not only succeeded in maintaining the portal and concealing its existence from potential threats, but had actually achieved a level of integration with the supernatural community of Gravity Falls that Ford himself had never managed during his years of academic research. Stanley's practical approach to dealing with the area's supernatural phenomena had created relationships and alliances that complemented Ford's theoretical knowledge in ways that neither brother could have achieved independently. Yet this intelligence also revealed disturbing signs that Bill's influence in Gravity Falls was growing stronger despite the portal's deactivation, as the entity continued to manipulate events and individuals through methods that did not require direct access to three-dimensional space. The dimensional weakness that made the town unique among Earth's locations continued to provide Bill with opportunities for indirect intervention, while his vast patience and cunning allowed him to pursue long-term strategies that would remain invisible to most observers until they approached their moment of culmination. Ford's preparations for his eventual return to Earth were complicated by his recognition that the defensive knowledge and capabilities he had acquired during his interdimensional exile would be of limited value if he could not find ways to share them with allies who remained within three-dimensional reality. The cosmic-level forces and techniques he had learned to wield were too powerful and dangerous for most three-dimensional beings to use safely, while the theoretical frameworks necessary to understand his discoveries required forms of education and mental preparation that could not be completed quickly enough to be useful in responding to immediate threats. The solution to this problem required Ford to develop methods for encoding his interdimensional knowledge in forms that could be accessed and utilized by three-dimensional minds, without requiring the kind of fundamental transformation that he had undergone during his exile. These encoding techniques were based on principles that treated consciousness itself as a form of technology that could be programmed and modified through the application of appropriate mathematical and symbolic systems. Ford's work on consciousness modification techniques was informed by his study of the methods that Bill used to manipulate and control three-dimensional minds, but adapted to serve protective rather than exploitative purposes. Where Bill's techniques were designed to create dependence and gradual corruption, Ford's methods were intended to enhance mental autonomy and provide resistance to unauthorized influence, while temporarily granting access to knowledge and capabilities that could be used for defensive purposes. The development of these consciousness modification techniques represented Ford's most ambitious and potentially dangerous project during his years in interdimensional space, as the line between helpful enhancement and harmful corruption was often extremely thin when dealing with forces that operated at the level of fundamental consciousness. The risk was that in attempting to provide his allies with the tools necessary to resist Bill's influence, Ford might inadvertently expose them to forms of mental contamination that could serve the entity's purposes just as effectively as his more obvious manipulation techniques. Ford's solution to this dilemma was to design his consciousness modification techniques as temporary enhancements that would automatically fade after achieving their intended defensive purposes, rather than permanent alterations that could create lasting vulnerabilities or dependencies. These temporary enhancements would provide just enough interdimensional knowledge and capability to allow three-dimensional beings to recognize and resist Bill's manipulation attempts, while avoiding the kind of deep structural changes that could transform them into something other than what they were originally intended to be. The completion of Ford's defensive preparations and the development of safe methods for sharing his interdimensional knowledge marked the end of one phase of his exile and the beginning of active planning for his return to Earth. The portal that Stanley was maintaining represented not only Ford's route home, but also the key to implementing the defensive strategies he had developed during his years in the void between dimensions. Yet Ford's return would need to be carefully timed and coordinated with events in three-dimensional reality to maximize its effectiveness, as the defensive knowledge he possessed would be most valuable when applied at the moment when Bill's invasion plans approached their culmination. Too early a return might alert the entity to Ford's enhanced capabilities and cause him to modify his strategies accordingly, while too late a return might arrive after Bill had already achieved irreversible progress toward his ultimate goals. The signs that Ford monitored from his position in interdimensional space suggested that Bill's patience was finally approaching its limits. and that the entity's long-term strategies were beginning to converge toward a moment of decisive action that would occur within the relatively near future. The dimensional barriers around Gravity Falls were showing signs of stress that indicated they were approaching a period of maximum weakness, while Bill's cultivation of alternative agents was producing results that could soon make Ford's original portal project seem unnecessary for achieving the entity's invasion goals. The time was approaching when Ford would need to return to Earth and reunite with Stanley, bringing with him knowledge and capabilities that represented their best hope for protecting their world from the cosmic horror that had been building toward this moment for far longer than human civilization had existed. The battle for the fate of three-dimensional reality was about to enter its final phase, and the outcome would depend on whether the bonds of family and the power of love could prove stronger than the accumulated malice and cunning of a being whose very existence represented everything that opposed life, hope, and the possibility of genuine happiness. The summer of 2012 arrived in Gravity Falls with an unseasonable warmth that seemed to carry with it the whispered promises of mysteries yet to be unraveled, and adventures that would test the very foundations of what two young minds believed possible about the nature of reality itself. The Pines twins, Dipper and Mabel, stepped off the bus that had carried them from their comfortable suburban home in California into what their parents had described as a character-building summer with their great-uncle Stan, though neither child could have imagined that the character they would build would need to withstand encounters with forces that existed beyond the normal boundaries of human experience. Mason Pines, who had adopted the nickname Dipper in honor of a distinctive birthmark that adorned his forehead, was 12 years old and possessed the kind of restless intelligence that made conventional summer camps and traditional family vacations seem like wastes of precious time that could be better spent reading, researching, or investigating the countless mysteries that seemed to lurk just beyond the edges of everyday life. His mind was drawn to puzzles and anomalies the way that iron filings were attracted to magnets, and he possessed an insatiable hunger for knowledge that went far beyond the boundaries of what his formal education had prepared him to encounter. Mabel Pines, Dipper's twin sister and closest companion, despite their fundamentally different approaches to navigating the complexities of adolescent existence, brought to their shared adventures a combination of boundless optimism and creative problem-solving that complemented her brother's more analytical tendencies in ways that neither of them fully understood. Where Dipper sought to understand the world through careful observation and logical deduction, Mabel approached mysteries with intuitive leaps and emotional insights that often proved more valuable than systematic investigation. Their arrival at the Mystery Shack, that ramshackle collection of buildings that Stanley Pines had transformed into Gravity Falls' premier tourist attraction, marked the beginning of a summer that would reshape not only their understanding of the supernatural, but also their appreciation for the complex relationships that bound their extended family together despite decades of separation and misunderstanding. The establishment that greeted them was exactly what their parents had prepared them to expect. A roadside curiosity shop filled with obviously fake exhibits and staffed by relatives whose commitment to entertainment often exceeded their dedication to honesty. Stanley Pines, the man they knew as their great-uncle Stan, presented himself to the twins as exactly the kind of curmudgeonly but ultimately lovable relative that populated countless family stories and summer vacation memories. His gruff exterior and obvious pleasure in separating tourists from their money seemed to confirm their parents' warnings about his questionable business practices and creative relationship with conventional moral standards, while his genuine affection for his great-niece and great-nephew was evident in his determination to provide them with a summer experience that would be both memorable and reasonably safe. Yet the twins' first encounters with the Mystery Shack's exhibits revealed inconsistencies that their sharp young minds were quick to notice and investigate. While most of the displays were obviously artificial creations, designed to amuse rather than enlighten, certain artifacts seemed to possess qualities that defied easy explanation through conventional understanding of natural history and physical science. The stuffed creatures that populated the exhibits moved in ways that suggested they retained some form of residual life, while the supposedly fake gemstones and crystals seemed to generate their own sources of light and energy. More intriguing than the questionable authenticity of Stan's exhibits was the genuine fear and unease that certain displays seemed to inspire in visitors who possessed more sensitivity to supernatural phenomena than the average tourist. Children would sometimes burst into tears when confronted with particular artifacts, while adults with backgrounds in occult studies or paranormal investigation would quickly leave the Mystery Shack without completing their tours, as if something they had encountered had triggered instincts that warned them away from dangers they could not consciously identify. The twins' gradual discovery that their summer vacation destination was located in one of the most supernaturally active regions in North America began with small observations and minor mysteries that accumulated over their first few days in Gravity Falls. The local wildlife exhibited behaviors that contradicted everything their nature documentaries had taught them to expect, while the very landscape seemed to shift and change in subtle ways that made accurate navigation surprisingly difficult for such an apparently simple rural environment. Dipper's discovery of the journal that would transform his understanding of reality and set in motion the events that would ultimately lead to Weirdmageddon occurred during one of his early explorations of the woods surrounding the Mystery Shack. The leather-bound volume, marked with a golden hand symbol that bore the number 3, lay hidden beneath the roots of an ancient tree whose species he could not identify despite his extensive knowledge of Pacific Northwest forestry, concealed by mechanisms that suggested it had been deliberately placed for discovery by someone whose curiosity and determination would drive them to search in places where casual hikers would never venture. Journal number 3, as Dipper quickly learned to identify the mysterious volume, was the work of an anonymous author whose knowledge of supernatural phenomena was both comprehensive and deeply disturbing. The detailed entries, written in precise handwriting and illustrated with scientific diagrams that seemed to blend academic rigor with artistic sensibility, documented creatures and forces that challenged every assumption about the natural world that Dipper had developed during his 12 years of existence. The journal's author, who identified himself only as someone who had dedicated his life to investigating the anomalous phenomena that made Gravity Falls unique among North American locations, wrote with the voice of a scholar whose initial enthusiasm for his discoveries had gradually been tempered by growing awareness of the dangers that accompanied knowledge of forces that existed beyond normal human understanding. His early entries bubbled with excitement about creatures that redefined the boundaries of biological possibility, while his later writings carried undertones of paranoia and fear that suggested his research had led him into territories where human minds were never meant to venture. Dipper's systematic study of Journal number 3 became the organizing principle of his summer experience, transforming what should have been a relaxing vacation into an intensive course in applied cryptozoology and supernatural investigation that pushed his intellectual capabilities to their absolute limits. Each creature documented in the journal's pages represented not merely an academic curiosity, but a potential encounter that could occur during his daily explorations of Gravity Falls, while each supernatural phenomenon described in the entries provided practical knowledge that might prove essential for surviving encounters with forces that operated according to principles that transcended conventional physics. The journal's influence on Dipper's perception of reality extended far beyond simple cataloguing of supernatural entities and unexplained phenomena. The author's theoretical frameworks for understanding the underlying causes of Gravity Falls' unusual properties introduced Dipper to concepts of dimensional physics and interdimensional travel that challenged his fundamental assumptions about the nature of space, time, and the relationships between different planes of existence. These theoretical discussions, while often incomprehensible to someone without advanced training in mathematics and physics, provided glimpses of cosmic truths that made even the strangest supernatural creatures seem like minor aberrations compared to the vast forces that govern the structure of reality itself. Mabel's relationship with the supernatural aspects of their summer experience was fundamentally different from her brother's obsessive academic approach to documenting and understanding every anomaly they encountered. Where Dipper sought to categorize and explain the creatures and phenomena they met, Mabel tended to approach them as potential friends and allies whose unusual characteristics were simply interesting variations on the theme of difference that characterized all genuine relationships between thinking beings. This difference in approach led to forms of supernatural encounter that complemented and enhanced Dipper's more formal investigations. Mabel's natural empathy and emotional intelligence allowed her to communicate with entities that might have been hostile to more analytical approaches, while her creative problem-solving abilities often provided solutions to supernatural difficulties that systematic investigation alone could never have achieved. The combination of Dipper's theoretical knowledge and Mabel's intuitive understanding created a partnership that was uniquely effective for navigating the complex social and political relationships that characterized Gravity Falls' supernatural community. Their early encounters with the town's supernatural inhabitants followed patterns that would become familiar over the course of their summer adventures. Initial confusion and fear would give way to gradual understanding and communication, as the twins learned to recognize that most of the entities they encountered were not malevolent threats, but rather individuals and communities that had developed their own approaches to coexisting with the unusual properties of their environment. The gnomes, manitors, and other supernatural residents of Gravity Falls possessed their own cultures, values, and social structures that deserved respect rather than fear. Though their different perspectives on morality and appropriate behavior sometimes created challenges that required careful negotiation and compromise. The twins' growing familiarity with Gravity Falls' supernatural community was paralleled by their gradual discovery of inconsistencies and mysteries in the human world they inhabited during their summer stay. Stan's behavior, while generally consistent with their expectations of a somewhat disreputable but ultimately caring relative, included patterns of secretiveness and evasion that suggested he was concealing aspects of his life and activities that went far beyond simple embarrassment about his questionable business practices. The Mystery Shack itself proved to contain spaces and features that defied the building's apparent external dimensions, while the basement areas that Stan declared off-limits to the twins clearly contained equipment and activities that were far more sophisticated than anything that a simple tourist attraction would require for its normal operations. The sounds that occasionally emerged from these restricted areas suggested machinery that operated according to principles that were unfamiliar to anyone without specialized knowledge of advanced physics or engineering, while the enormous electrical consumption that powered these mysterious activities created utility bills that seemed incompatible with the modest income generated by the Mystery Shack's tourist operations. Dipper's investigation of these mysteries was complicated by his growing awareness that direct confrontation or obvious investigation would likely result in Stan restricting their access to the very information and experiences that made their summer vacation so uniquely valuable. The balance between satisfying his curiosity about his great-uncle's secret activities and maintaining the trust and freedom that allowed him to continue his supernatural investigations required diplomatic skills and strategic thinking that challenged his abilities in ways that no academic environment had ever demanded. The resolution to this dilemma came through Dipper's recognition that Stan's mysterious activities were likely connected to the same supernatural forces that had made Gravity Falls a center for anomalous phenomena. Rather than viewing his great-uncle's secretiveness as an obstacle to his investigations, Dipper began to consider the possibility that Stan's concealment of his activities was motivated by the same desire to protect people from dangerous knowledge that had led Journal No. 3's author to hide his discoveries. Rather than publishing them through conventional academic channels, this realization led Dipper to modify his investigative approach, focusing on understanding the broad patterns of supernatural activity in Gravity Falls, rather than attempting to expose specific secrets that might be concealed for legitimate protective purposes. The journal's author had clearly believed that certain knowledge was too dangerous to be shared freely, and Dipper's growing familiarity with the entities and forces described in its pages was beginning to convince him that such caution was not merely academic paranoia, but practical wisdom earned through encounters with phenomena that could pose genuine threats to human safety and psychological stability. The twins' supernatural adventures during their first weeks in Gravity Falls established patterns of encounter and investigation that would define their approach to the increasingly complex mysteries they would face as the summer progressed. Their experiences with the gnomes taught them that supernatural entities possessed their own motivations and agendas that might conflict with human interests, while their encounters with other creatures documented in Journal No. 3 demonstrated that successful communication and negotiation often required creative approaches that transcended conventional diplomatic methods. Mabel's romantic adventures, while ostensibly focused on the typical adolescent challenges of navigating crushes and relationships, increasingly intersected with supernatural elements that reflected Gravity Falls' unique properties. Her various crushes and romantic interests possessed their own connections to the town's anomalous phenomena, while the social dynamics of teenage romance played out against backdrops that included interdimensional entities, time-traveling adventurers, and creatures that challenged conventional understanding of biological possibility. The pattern that began to emerge from the twins' accumulated experiences was one of increasing complexity and deepening mystery, as if their presence in Gravity Falls was somehow catalyzing supernatural activity rather than simply providing them with opportunities to observe phenomena that would have occurred regardless of their involvement. The creatures and entities they encountered seemed increasingly aware of their investigative activities, while the phenomena documented in Journal No. 3 began to manifest with greater frequency and intensity than the journal's historical entries had suggested was normal for the area. Dipper's growing expertise in supernatural investigation was accompanied by a gradual transformation of his relationship with the journal that had started as a simple reference guide, but was becoming something approaching a sacred text whose wisdom he consulted for guidance in navigating challenges that went far beyond academic curiosity. The journal's author had clearly anticipated that his work would eventually be discovered by someone who shared his passion for understanding the mysteries of Gravity Falls, and the theoretical frameworks and practical advice embedded in its entries seemed specifically designed to educate and protect future investigators. Yet the journal also contained warnings and cautionary notes that became increasingly relevant as Dipper's investigations led him into territories that the author had clearly considered dangerous, even for someone with extensive experience in supernatural phenomena. The theoretical discussions of interdimensional physics and reality manipulation were accompanied by repeated warnings about entities and forces that existed beyond the relatively benign supernatural community of Gravity Falls. cosmic-level threats that viewed three-dimensional reality as nothing more than a playground for their alien amusements and incomprehensible agendas. The most disturbing of these warnings concerned an entity that the journal's author referred to only as Bill, described in terms that suggested a being whose power and malevolence transcended anything that human minds were equipped to comprehend or resist. The entries that mentioned this entity were written in handwriting that showed clear signs of stress and fear, while the theoretical discussions of Bill's capabilities and methods read like the work of someone who had gained knowledge through direct personal experience that had fundamentally altered his understanding of humanity's place in the cosmic order. Dipper's first direct encounter with the entity, described in Journal Number 3's most terrifying pages, occurred during what should have been a routine investigation of anomalous phenomena in the woods surrounding Gravity Falls. The creature that introduced itself as Bill Cipher appeared not as a physical entity, but as a presence that existed primarily in the spaces between dreams and waking consciousness, a being that communicated through methods that bypassed normal sensory channels and spoke directly to the parts of the mind that processed thoughts and memories. Bill's initial contact with Dipper followed patterns that would have been familiar to anyone who had studied the entity's previous manipulations of human agents, beginning with demonstrations of knowledge and power that established his credibility as a source of information about supernatural phenomena, while carefully concealing the true scope of his capabilities and intentions. The entity presented himself as someone who admired Dipper's investigative skills and dedication to understanding the mysteries of Gravity Falls, offering to provide guidance and assistance that could help the young investigator achieve breakthroughs that would otherwise require years of additional research. The information that Bill provided about specific supernatural creatures and phenomena proved to be remarkably accurate and useful, allowing Dipper to solve mysteries and overcome challenges that had seemed impossibly complex through conventional investigation. This practical assistance was accompanied by theoretical insights about the nature of supernatural phenomena that expanded Dipper's understanding of the forces that governed Gravity Falls' unusual properties, while Bill's obvious expertise and vast knowledge created the kind of intellectual partnership that Dipper had never experienced with any human mentor or educational authority. Yet Bill's relationship with Dipper also included elements that created subtle forms of psychological dependency and intellectual submission that would have been familiar to anyone who had studied the entity's manipulation of Ford 3 decades earlier. The guidance and information that Bill provided always came with implicit expectations of gratitude and trust, while the entity's demonstrations of cosmic-level knowledge gradually established patterns of intellectual authority that made questioning his advice seem like ingratitude or foolishness. Dipper's growing reliance on Bill's guidance was paralleled by his increasing isolation from the human relationships that had previously provided him with emotional support and practical assistance. The entity's communications often emphasized the unique nature of their intellectual partnership, while suggesting that other people, even those as close to Dipper as his twin sister, lacked the sophistication and dedication necessary to understand or appreciate the importance of their collaborative investigations. This isolation was presented not as a form of manipulation, but as a natural consequence of Dipper's intellectual growth and his increasing involvement with mysteries that transcended normal human experience. Bill suggested that all truly advanced thinkers eventually found themselves separated from conventional society by the weight of knowledge that others were not prepared to understand or accept, while the loneliness that accompanied such separation was simply the price that had to be paid for achieving genuine understanding of reality's deeper mysteries. Mabel's observations of her brother's changing behavior and priorities during this period reflected the same patterns of concern and confusion that had characterized the relationships between previous agents of Bill's manipulation and their family members or close friends. Dipper's increasing secretiveness about his investigative activities, combined with his growing tendency to prioritize supernatural research over normal social interactions, created tensions in their relationship that neither twin fully understood but both found increasingly difficult to navigate. The supernatural community of Gravity Falls, with their greater sensitivity to interdimensional influences and their historical awareness of Bill's previous activities in the area, began to show signs of unease and heightened vigilance that reflected their recognition that the entity's influence was once again growing stronger in their environment. Creatures that had previously been willing to interact openly with the twins became more cautious and evasive, while entities that possessed protective relationships with human inhabitants of the area began to take precautionary measures that suggested they were preparing for challenges that transcended normal supernatural difficulties. Stan's behavior during this period showed subtle changes that suggested he was also aware of increasing supernatural tension in the area, though his responses were based more on practical experience with the dangers that accompanied unusual activity in Gravity Falls than on specific knowledge of Bill's growing influence. His protective instincts toward the twins became more pronounced, while his mysterious activities in the basement of the Mystery Shack showed signs of increased urgency and intensity that reflected preparation for challenges that he could not openly acknowledge without revealing secrets that had been carefully guarded for decades. The convergence of these various factors, Dipper's growing involvement with Bill, Mabel's increasing concern about her brother's behavior, the supernatural community's rising anxiety, and Stan's intensifying secretive activities created an atmosphere of tension and foreboding that seemed to build towards some form of crisis or confrontation that none of the participants fully understood, but all could sense, approaching like a storm gathering on the horizon. The catalyst that would transform this accumulated tension into active crisis came through a series of events that began with what appeared to be a relatively minor supernatural mystery, but escalated rapidly into a situation that threatened not only the twins' safety, but the stability of the dimensional barriers that protected Gravity Falls from forces that existed beyond normal three-dimensional reality. The investigation that Dipper undertook with Bill's guidance led him into territories that the journal's author had explicitly warned against exploring, while his growing trust in the entity's advice made him increasingly willing to ignore cautionary signals that his own instincts and experience should have recognized as indicators of approaching danger. The summer that had begun with simple curiosity about the unusual properties of a small Oregon logging town was approaching its transformation into something that would test every assumption that any of the participants had ever made about the nature of reality, the reliability of trust, and the power of family bonds to withstand challenges that transcended normal human experience. The stage was set for events that would reveal the true scope of the threats that had been building in Gravity Falls for decades, while testing whether the love between two siblings and the protective instincts of their extended family would prove sufficient to counter forces that had been planning their ultimate victory for far longer than human civilization had existed. The mysteries that had captured Dipper's imagination and drawn him deeper into Bill's web of manipulation were about to reveal themselves as components of a plan whose success would transform not only Gravity Falls, but potentially the entire structure of three-dimensional reality, according to the alien desires of a being whose very existence represented everything that opposed safety, sanity, and the possibility of genuine human happiness. The dimensional rift that would serve as the gateway for Bill Cipher's ultimate invasion of three-dimensional reality began not as a deliberate act of cosmic terrorism, but as an unintended consequence of love, desperation, and the kind of scientific accident that occurs when brilliant minds push the boundaries of what reality was designed to contain. The portal that Stanford Pines had constructed 3 decades earlier, maintained in secret by his twin brother Stanley through years of patient dedication and careful concealment, was about to fulfill its original purpose in ways that neither brother had ever intended or desired. Ford's return to his home dimension after 30 years of interdimensional exile occurred during what should have been a moment of family reunion and celebration, as the portal's activation successfully bridged the gap between realities that had separated the twin brothers for longer than most friendships and marriages were destined to endure. The moment when Ford stepped through the dimensional gateway and back into the basement laboratory beneath the Mystery Shack should have marked the beginning of healing and reconciliation, the restoration of bonds that had been damaged by decades of misunderstanding and the weight of secrets too dangerous to share. Yet the reunion between Stanford and Stanley Pines was complicated by the enormous psychological and philosophical changes that both brothers had undergone during their years of separation. Ford had been transformed by his exposure to interdimensional forces and cosmic-level knowledge that had expanded his understanding of reality's true nature, while simultaneously making it increasingly difficult for him to relate to the concerns and perspectives of beings who had never ventured beyond the boundaries of 3-dimensional existence. Stanley, meanwhile, had been shaped by 3 decades of maintaining an elaborate deception while protecting the world from threats that most people would never realize existed. His transformation from small-time criminal to guardian of humanity's most dangerous secret had required him to develop forms of responsibility and selflessness that his younger self would never have believed possible, while his prolonged isolation from meaningful human relationships had created emotional barriers that made genuine intimacy challenging even with the brother he had sacrificed so much to save. The initial conversations between the reunited twins were marked by tensions and misunderstandings that reflected not only their personal conflicts, but also the fundamental difficulty of bridging the gap between normal human experience and the cosmic perspectives that Ford had acquired during his interdimensional travels. Ford's attempts to explain the true scope of the threats facing their dimension were hampered by his unconscious assumption that Stanley would immediately grasp the significance of concepts and dangers that had required Ford years of study to fully comprehend. Stanley's responses to his brother's warnings about interdimensional invasion and cosmic horror were colored by his 3 decades of practical experience with the portal's operation and his intimate familiarity with the supernatural community of Gravity Falls, where Ford saw existential threats that required immediate and drastic action. Stanley perceived manageable challenges that could be addressed through the same careful planning and patient execution that had characterized his guardianship of the portal since Ford's departure. This fundamental difference in perspective created friction between the brothers that was exacerbated by Ford's growing awareness of how much his family had changed during his absence. The discovery that Stanley had been raising 2 great-niece and great-nephew whose existence Ford had been completely unaware of forced him to confront the reality that his single-minded focus on interdimensional threats had caused him to lose touch with the human relationships that should have provided meaning and purpose to his cosmic-level responsibilities. Dipper and Mabel Pines, meanwhile, found themselves thrust into family dynamics that they were completely unprepared to understand or navigate. The revelation that their great-uncle Stan had been concealing a twin brother whose existence had been hidden from the entire family for reasons that seemed to involve government conspiracies and international intrigue was difficult enough to process without the additional complication of supernatural phenomena and interdimensional physics that challenged everything they thought they understood about how reality was supposed to operate. Ford's first encounters with his great-niece and great-nephew were colored by his recognition that these children possessed exactly the kinds of curiosity and intellectual courage that had made him vulnerable to Bill Cipher's manipulation 3 decades earlier. Dipper's obsession with supernatural investigation and his willingness to pursue dangerous knowledge despite obvious risks reminded Ford uncomfortably of his own younger self, while Mabel's creative problem-solving abilities and emotional intelligence suggested forms of strength that could prove either valuable assets or dangerous vulnerabilities, depending on how they were applied. The journal that Dipper had discovered and studied throughout the summer represented a direct link between the current generation and the mistakes that had nearly destroyed their dimension 30 years earlier. Ford's recognition of his own handwriting and theoretical frameworks in the pages that Dipper treated as sacred text created a complex mixture of pride and horror, as he realized that his academic work had been serving as an educational guide for investigations that could potentially lead to the same catastrophic outcomes he had spent decades trying to prevent. Ford's attempts to explain the true dangers associated with the supernatural phenomena that Dipper had been investigating were complicated by his recognition that simple prohibition would likely prove counterproductive with a mind as curious and determined as his great-nephew's. The approach that had failed so spectacularly with his own younger self warnings about dangers that seemed abstract and theoretical compared to the immediate excitement of discovery was unlikely to prove more effective with someone whose personality and intellectual drive showed such clear resemblances to his own. Instead, Ford chose to channel Dipper's investigative enthusiasm in directions that would provide education about supernatural phenomena while avoiding the specific areas of research that had led to his own manipulation by Bill Cipher. The expeditions and investigations that Ford organized for his great-nephew were designed to satisfy his curiosity about Gravity Falls' anomalous properties, while carefully steering him away from the theoretical frameworks and dimensional physics that could make him vulnerable to interdimensional manipulation. Mabel's relationship with Ford developed along different lines, as her emotional intelligence allowed her to recognize the profound loneliness and isolation that her great-uncle had experienced during his interdimensional exile. Her natural empathy and talent for emotional healing provided Ford with forms of human connection that he had not experienced for decades, while her creative approaches to problem-solving offered perspectives on family relationships and personal responsibility that challenged his tendency to prioritize cosmic concerns over immediate human needs. The period of family adjustment and relationship building that followed Ford's return should have provided an opportunity for healing and growth that could have strengthened the Pines family's ability to face whatever challenges the future might hold. Yet this period of potential reconciliation was overshadowed by Ford's growing awareness that Bill Cipher's influence in Gravity Falls was approaching levels that suggested the entity's long-term invasion plans were entering their final phases. The signs of Bill's increasing activity were subtle but unmistakable to someone with Ford's experience in recognizing the entity's methods and capabilities. The dimensional barriers around Gravity Falls were showing signs of stress and weakening that indicated they were approaching a period of maximum vulnerability, while the supernatural community's increasing agitation suggested they were responding to threats that transcended their normal concerns about territorial disputes and resource competition. Most disturbing of all were the indications that Bill had succeeded in making contact with human agents who could potentially serve the same role that Ford had unwittingly played 3 decades earlier. The entity's patience and cunning were legendary even among the refugee communities of interdimensional space, and his ability to identify and manipulate individuals whose intellectual curiosity exceeded their wisdom about cosmic dangers, had been demonstrated across multiple dimensions and countless civilizations. Ford's investigation of these potential new agents led him to focus his attention on individuals in Gravity Falls who possessed the combination of intelligence, ambition, and supernatural curiosity that made them suitable targets for Bill's manipulation techniques. The list of possible candidates was disturbingly long, as the town's concentration of supernatural phenomena had attracted researchers, investigators, and curious visitors whose interests in paranormal activity made them vulnerable to exactly the kinds of intellectual seduction that had proven so effective in Ford's own case. Yet Ford's search for Bill's new agent eventually led him to a realization that was far more horrifying than the prospect of some unknown researcher being manipulated into completing an interdimensional portal. The signs of Bill's increasing influence were not emanating from any adult investigator or academic researcher, but rather from someone much closer to home whose vulnerability to cosmic manipulation Ford should have recognized and protected against from the moment of his return. Dipper Pines, Ford's own great-nephew, and the child who reminded him most strongly of his younger self, had been in direct communication with Bill's cipher for weeks or possibly months, gradually falling under the entity's influence through exactly the same methods of intellectual flattery and gradual manipulation that had proven so effective 3 decades earlier. The journal that Ford had created as a record of his discoveries had inadvertently served as an introduction to concepts and frameworks that made Dipper particularly susceptible to Bill's approaches, while the boy's isolation from peers who could understand his interests had created exactly the kind of intellectual loneliness that the entity specialized in exploiting. Ford's discovery of Bill's manipulation of Dipper created a crisis that transcended simple family conflict and entered the realm of cosmic emergency. The entity's cultivation of a new human agent was not merely a backup plan or alternative approach to achieving his invasion goals, but rather the culmination of decades of patient preparation and strategic positioning. Bill's influence over Dipper had progressed to levels that suggested the boy could potentially be manipulated into actions that would facilitate the entity's permanent entry into 3-dimensional reality. The confrontation between Ford and Dipper over the boy's relationship with Bill's cipher revealed the full extent to which the entity's manipulation had progressed and the sophistication of the psychological techniques that had been employed to ensure Dipper's loyalty and cooperation. Bill had carefully constructed a framework of intellectual partnership and mutual respect that made any criticism of their relationship seem like jealousy or attempts to suppress Dipper's intellectual growth, while positioning Ford as a figure whose warnings were motivated by fear and conservatism rather than genuine concern for safety. Dipper's defense of his relationship with Bill demonstrated the same patterns of rationalization and emotional investment that Ford recognized from his own experience with the entity's manipulation techniques. The intellectual benefits that Bill had provided were real and substantial, making it difficult to argue that the relationship was entirely harmful, while the gradual nature of the manipulation had made each step toward greater dependency seem like natural progression rather than deliberate conditioning. Ford's attempts to explain the true nature of Bill's intentions and the cosmic-level dangers associated with interdimensional manipulation were hampered by the same credibility problems that had plagued his warnings about supernatural phenomena throughout his career. The threats he described sounded like paranoid fantasies to someone who had not experienced the reality of interdimensional warfare, while his own history of being manipulated by Bill undermined his authority as a source of reliable judgment about the entity's true nature. The family tensions created by this conflict over Dipper's relationship with Bill were exacerbated by disagreements about how to address the situation without pushing the boy further into the entity's influence. Ford's inclination toward direct confrontation and immediate termination of all contact with Bill was opposed by Stanley and Mabel, who recognized that heavy-handed attempts to control Dipper's behavior were likely to drive him deeper underground rather than genuinely protecting him from manipulation. The compromise solution that the family eventually developed involved allowing Dipper to maintain limited contact with Bill while implementing safeguards and oversight that could prevent the entity from manipulating the boy into actions that would serve his invasion plans. This approach required careful coordination between all family members and the cooperation of Gravity Falls' supernatural community, creating networks of protection and monitoring that could provide early warning of any attempts to exploit Dipper's relationship with the entity for harmful purposes. Yet even as the Pines family worked to protect Dipper from Bill's manipulation while preserving his intellectual freedom and autonomy, other forces were building toward a crisis that would test all of their protective measures and reveal the true scope of the threats they were facing. The dimensional barriers around Gravity Falls were approaching a period of cyclical weakness that occurred only once every few decades, creating opportunities for interdimensional manipulation that had not existed since Ford's original portal experiments 30 years earlier. Bill Cipher's recognition of this approaching opportunity led him to accelerate his manipulation of Dipper and begin implementing plans that had been developing for far longer than any human lifetime. The entity's patience was finally approaching its limits, and his willingness to risk exposure and direct confrontation suggested that he believed the moment for decisive action was rapidly approaching. The catalyst that would transform this building tension into active crisis came through Mabel's growing awareness that the approaching end of summer represented not merely the conclusion of a vacation but the potential dissolution of the family relationships that had provided her with meaning and purpose throughout her life. Her recognition that Dipper's increasing involvement with supernatural investigation and his growing relationship with Ford were pulling him away from their shared interests and mutual dependency created emotional pressures that made her vulnerable to exactly the kinds of manipulation that Bill specialized in exploiting. Mabel's fears about growing up and the changes that maturity would bring to her relationship with her twin brother were intensified by her observation of the tensions and conflicts that characterized the adult relationships around her. The decades of separation between Ford and Stanley, the ongoing disagreements about how to handle supernatural threats, and the obvious psychological damage that both of her great-uncles had sustained through their involvement with cosmic forces, painted a picture of adulthood as a process that inevitably led to isolation, conflict, and the loss of the connections that made life meaningful. Bill Cipher's approach to manipulating Mabel was fundamentally different from the intellectual seduction techniques that had proven so effective with Ford and Dipper. Where the entity had appealed to their curiosity and ambition, his manipulation of Mabel focused on her emotional needs and her deep-seated fears about abandonment and change. Rather than offering cosmic knowledge or theoretical insights, Bill presented himself as someone who could provide the stability and continuity that she feared losing as she and her brother grew older, and their paths inevitably diverged. The entity's understanding of Mabel's psychological vulnerabilities was based on decades of observation and analysis. As Bill had been monitoring the Pines family since Ford's original manipulation and understood the emotional dynamics that bound the various family members together, his approach to Mabel was crafted specifically to exploit her role as the family's emotional center, while using her protective instincts toward her brother as leverage for achieving his ultimate goals. The puppet show that served as the setting for Bill's most direct attempt to manipulate Mabel represented a masterpiece of psychological warfare that combined entertainment with subtle influence techniques designed to make his offers seem like natural solutions to problems that Mabel was already struggling to resolve. The performance that Bill presented was specifically tailored to appeal to Mabel's creative sensibilities while addressing her deepest fears about the future and the changes that growing up would bring to her most important relationships. The deal that Bill offered to Mabel was presented not as a bargain with cosmic forces, but as a simple transaction that would allow her to preserve the family relationship she valued most, while avoiding the painful process of maturation that threatened to transform her brother into someone she could no longer understand or relate to. The terms of the agreement seemed reasonable and benign, focusing on emotional comfort and relationship preservation, rather than the kinds of cosmic knowledge and power that had characterized Bill's previous manipulations. Yet the mechanism through which Bill's deal would be implemented required the creation of what appeared to be a simple pocket dimension where Mabel could retreat whenever the pressures of growing up became too overwhelming to handle. This pocket dimension, which Bill presented as a safe space for emotional healing and family bonding, was actually designed to serve as a prison that would contain Mabel's consciousness while allowing the entity to use her emotional connection to her family as leverage for manipulating their behavior. The countdown to Weirdmageddon had begun, though none of the participants yet understood that they had passed the point of no return, or recognized that the small tear in reality floating above their town would soon expand into a gateway large enough to accommodate the passage of entities and forces that would transform their familiar world into something that resembled a cosmic nightmare more than anything that human minds were equipped to comprehend or survive. The deal had been struck, the prison had been accepted, and the gateway had been opened. All that remained was for Bill Cipher to claim his prize and begin the process of reshaping three-dimensional reality according to his alien vision of what existence should become, while the Pines family discovered whether their love for each other would prove sufficient to overcome forces that had been building toward this moment for far longer than human civilization had existed. The dimensional rift that had begun as little more than a hairline crack in the fabric of space-time above Gravity Falls expanded with the inexorable certainty of dawn, breaking across a landscape that had known only darkness for eons. Beyond counting, what emerged from that tear between realities was not merely a creature or an entity, but a force of pure chaos given form and consciousness. A being whose very existence represented the antithesis of everything that three-dimensional reality had been designed to contain and sustain. Bill Cipher's manifestation in the physical world began as a geometric impossibility that hurt to perceive directly. A triangular form that existed in more dimensions than human eyes were equipped to process while radiating energies that made the air itself shimmer with malevolent potential. The entity's familiar features, the single eye that blazed with cosmic fire, the thin black arms that gestured with theatrical flourish, the brick-like pattern that covered his golden surface, were rendered in physical matter for the first time since his escape from the second dimension, transformed from dream state projections into tangible reality through the application of forces that transcended every principle of physics that govern normal existence. The moment of Bill's emergence into three-dimensional space was marked by phenomena that defied rational explanation even by the elastic standards of Gravity Falls' supernatural community. The sky above the town began to burn with colors that had no names in any earthly language, while the very air seemed to thicken with possibilities that ranged from the merely improbable to the cosmically impossible. Reality itself appeared to recoil from the entity's presence, as if the fundamental laws that govern space, time, and causation were struggling to accommodate forces that operated according to principles they had never been designed to contain. Bill's first act upon achieving physical manifestation was a declaration of triumph that echoed across dimensions with the force of a cosmic earthquake, a sound that seemed to emerge not from his triangular form, but from the very structure of reality itself, as it began to bend and warp under the influence of his presence. The words he spoke were simultaneously heard by every conscious being within a radius of hundreds of miles, transmitted through methods that bypassed normal auditory channels and spoke directly to the parts of the mind that processed language and meaning. The message that Bill proclaimed to the world was one of liberation and transformation, though the freedom he promised bore no resemblance to anything that human minds would recognize as beneficial or desirable. He announced the beginning of a new age in which the artificial limitations that constrained three-dimensional existence would be swept away, replaced by a reality where the impossible became routine and the laws of physics served as guidelines rather than absolute constraints. Yet even as Bill celebrated his long-awaited victory, his attention was focused on the immediate practical requirements of consolidating his power and beginning the systematic transformation of Gravity Falls into something that could serve as the foundation for his eventual conquest of the Falls' entire dimension. The process of reshaping reality, according to his alien vision, required careful planning and precise execution, as even his vast powers were subject to certain cosmic constraints that governed the interactions between different planes of existence. The first step in Bill's transformation of Gravity Falls involved the establishment of what he termed a reign of chaos, though the changes he implemented followed patterns that reflected careful strategic thinking rather than random destruction. The entity's understanding of three-dimensional psychology and social dynamics was based on eons of observation and manipulation, allowing him to identify the specific modifications to reality that would produce maximum psychological impact while serving his long-term goals of dimensional conquest. The buildings of Gravity Falls began to shift and change in ways that challenged every assumption about architecture and structural engineering that human minds had ever developed. Houses folded in on themselves like origami sculptures, before unfolding into configurations that seemed to exist in more spatial dimensions than the three that normally defined physical space. Roads twisted into impossible geometries that led travelers in directions that had no names, while the very ground beneath the town began to flow and reshape itself according to principles that treated solid matter as nothing more than suggestions waiting to be revised. The transformations that Bill imposed upon the physical landscape of Gravity Falls were accompanied by changes to the fundamental forces that governed how reality operated within the boundaries of his influence. Gravity became optional rather than mandatory, allowing objects and creatures to float or fall according to whims rather than physical laws. Time began to flow in multiple directions simultaneously, creating pockets where past, present, and future existed as concurrent possibilities rather than sequential experiences. Most disturbing of all were the modifications that Bill made to the biological processes that sustained life within his domain. The residents of Gravity Falls found themselves subject to transformations that reflected the entity's twisted sense of humor and his complete indifference to the suffering such changes might cause. People were transformed into objects, animals, or geometric shapes according to patterns that seemed designed to maximize psychological trauma while ensuring their continued consciousness of their altered states. The mayor of Gravity Falls was converted into a chair, his awareness and personality intact, but his ability to move or speak reduced to the creaking of wooden joints and the rustling of upholstery. The local librarian became a stack of books whose pages contained her thoughts and memories in written form, accessible to anyone who chose to read them but unable to influence or control their own mental processes. Children were transformed into geometric shapes that retained their minds and emotions but could only express themselves through mathematical equations that few adults were equipped to understand. These transformations served multiple purposes within the framework of Bill's strategic planning for dimensional conquest. The psychological terror they generated weakened the mental resistance of those who witnessed them, making the remaining human population more susceptible to the forms of manipulation and control that the entity specialized in deploying. The arbitrary nature of the transformations created an atmosphere of constant uncertainty and fear that prevented organized resistance from developing, while the apparent randomness of who was affected disguised the carefully calculated methods that Bill used to identify and neutralize potential sources of opposition. Yet, Bill's transformations were not limited to the human population of Gravity Falls, but extended to the supernatural community that had long served as the town's hidden guardians and protectors. The gnomes, manitors, and other entities that possessed knowledge of interdimensional threats found themselves facing modifications to their essential nature that were specifically designed to neutralize their ability to provide resistance or assistance to human defenders. The gnomes were transformed from small but intelligent forest dwellers into literal garden decorations, their consciousness preserved, but their mobility and communication abilities reduced to barely perceptible changes in facial expression. The manitors became abstract geometric constructs that retained their warrior spirits, but could no longer interact with physical reality in meaningful ways. Other supernatural entities were subjected to changes that reflected Bill's intimate knowledge of their individual fears and vulnerabilities, creating a catalogue of cosmic cruelty that demonstrated the extent to which the entity had prepared for this moment of triumph. The centerpiece of Bill's transformation of Gravity Falls was the construction of what he termed the Pyramid, a massive, pyramid-like structure that served as both his throne room and the focal point for the reality-warping energies that allowed him to maintain control over his conquered territory. The pyramid was constructed not from conventional building materials, but from the mathematical concepts and geometric principles that governed interdimensional space, creating a structure that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions, while remaining anchored to the three-dimensional reality that Bill sought to conquer. The interior of the pyramid defied every principle of architecture and spatial relationships that human minds were equipped to comprehend. Rooms existed within rooms in configurations that created infinite regression, while corridors led to destinations that changed depending on the intentions and expectations of those who traveled through them. The structure's geometry was fluid rather than fixed, reshaping itself constantly according to Bill's whims and the practical requirements of whatever activities he wished to pursue at any given moment. At the apex of the pyramid, Bill established his throne room, a space that served as the nerve center for his ongoing transformation of Gravity Falls and his planning for the eventual conquest of the entire dimension. The throne itself was constructed from what appeared to be human suffering given physical form, a chair whose armrests and backrest were composed of the crystallized anguish of those who had been transformed by Bill's power while retaining full awareness of their altered states. The throne room was populated by Bill's interdimensional allies and servants, entities that had been summoned from the nightmare realms between dimensions to assist in the conquest and administration of three-dimensional reality. These creatures represented forms of life that had evolved in environments where the normal laws of physics held no sway, resulting in beings whose very existence challenged every assumption about what life could or should look like. Among Bill's most prominent allies were the Henchmaniacs, a collection of interdimensional entities whose loyalty to the Triangle Demon had been earned through previous conquests and shared experiences of reality-warping chaos. These beings served various functions within Bill's hierarchy, from military commanders responsible for maintaining order within his conquered territory to administrators tasked with implementing the systematic transformation of three-dimensional reality according to his specifications. Pyronica, a being of living flame whose form shifted constantly between different configurations of fire and energy, served as one of Bill's primary lieutenants and confidants. Her mastery of thermal manipulation and energy projection made her an invaluable asset for implementing the large-scale environmental changes that Bill's conquest required, while her centuries of experience in interdimensional warfare provided tactical expertise that proved essential for maintaining control over the transformed landscape of Gravity Falls. Teeth, an entity whose form consisted primarily of dental structures arranged in patterns that violated every principle of biological organization, specialized in the psychological aspects of conquest and control. His ability to generate fear and revulsion through his mere presence made him an effective tool for breaking the mental resistance of those who might otherwise attempt to organize opposition to Bill's rule, while his intimate understanding of mortal psychology allowed him to design punishment and reward systems that could shape behavior according to Bill's specifications. Keyhole served as Bill's primary intelligence-gathering operative. His ability to observe and monitor activities throughout the conquered territory, providing the entity with constant surveillance data that allowed him to identify and neutralize potential sources of resistance before they could develop into genuine threats. His unblinking eye could perceive events across vast distances and through dimensional barriers, making it virtually impossible for any organized opposition to operate without his detection. The arrival of these interdimensional allies in Gravity Falls marked the transformation of Bill's conquest from a one-entity operation into a systematic occupation force capable of administering and defending the territory that had been claimed. Each of these beings brought their own specialized abilities and areas of expertise, creating a command structure that was far more sophisticated and dangerous than anything that individual resistance could hope to overcome through conventional means. Bill's management of his conquered territory during the early phases of Weirdmageddon reflected the same careful strategic thinking that had characterized his manipulation of human agents during the decades leading up to his manifestation. Rather than simply imposing arbitrary chaos and destruction, He implemented changes that were designed to serve specific, tactical, and strategic purposes, while advancing his long-term goals of dimensional conquest. The reality distortions that he imposed on Gravity Falls were carefully calibrated to create maximum psychological impact, while preserving the infrastructure and resources that would be necessary for supporting the expanded operations he planned to implement as his conquest spread beyond the town's boundaries. Buildings were transformed in ways that made them more useful for his purposes, while ensuring that their inhabitants remained conscious of their altered states, creating a population of unwilling collaborators whose despair and suffering served as both entertainment for Bill and fuel for the interdimensional energies he required to maintain his reality warping abilities. The time distortions that Bill implemented throughout his territory served multiple practical purposes beyond simple demonstration of his cosmic power. The ability to accelerate or reverse temporal flow in specific locations allowed him to experiment with different approaches to reality modification, while preserving the option of undoing changes that proved counterproductive. The temporal anomalies also served as defensive measures, creating zones where potential attackers would find themselves aging rapidly or experiencing time in reverse, making coordinated resistance virtually impossible to organize or maintain. The gravitational manipulations that characterized much of Bill's transformation of Gravity Falls reflected his understanding that three-dimensional beings were psychologically dependent on consistent physical laws for their sense of security and sanity. By making gravity optional and directional forces arbitrary, he created an environment where human minds were constantly struggling to adapt to conditions that violated their most basic assumptions about how reality was supposed to function, resulting in mental stress and disorientation that made organized resistance increasingly difficult to sustain. Yet, even as Bill celebrated his conquest of Gravity Falls and began planning the expansion of his reality warping influence to encompass larger territories, he remained aware that his victory was not yet complete or secure. The dimensional barriers that normally protected three-dimensional reality from interdimensional intrusion had been breached rather than destroyed, creating an opening that could potentially be closed if sufficient force and knowledge were applied by those who understood the principles involved. More significantly, Bill's manifestation in three-dimensional space was dependent on the continued existence of the dimensional rift that had served as his gateway from the nightmare realms between realities. While this rift had been stabilized and expanded through his reality warping abilities, it remained vulnerable to interference from entities who possessed sufficient knowledge of interdimensional physics and the courage to attempt what would amount to cosmic-level engineering under combat conditions. The greatest potential threat to Bill's conquest came from the scattered remnants of those who had knowledge of interdimensional forces and experience with the entity's methods and capabilities. Stanford Pines represented the most obvious source of such resistance, as his decades of interdimensional travel and study had provided him with both theoretical knowledge and practical experience that could potentially be used to develop countermeasures against Bill's reality warping abilities. Yet Ford's effectiveness as a source of resistance was limited by his isolation from other potential allies and his lack of access to the technological resources that would be necessary for implementing defensive measures on the scale required to counter Bill's conquest. The portal that had served as his gateway home had been shut down as a security measure, while the equipment and research materials he had accumulated during his years of exile remained scattered across multiple dimensions and would be difficult to recover under current circumstances. More troubling for Ford was his recognition that Bill's conquest of gravity falls had placed his family members in immediate physical danger while making them potential targets for the kinds of psychological manipulation and transformation that the entity specialized in deploying against those who possessed emotional connections to his primary enemies. The safety of Dipper, Mabel, and Stanley had become not merely a personal concern but a strategic necessity, as their capture or corruption could provide Bill with psychological leverage that might prove decisive in any future confrontation. The challenge facing Ford was the development of resistance strategies that could protect his family while simultaneously working toward the ultimate goal of reversing Bill's conquest and restoring normal reality to Gravity Falls and the surrounding region. This dual requirement made conventional military approaches inadequate, as any direct confrontation with Bill's forces would inevitably result in retaliation against the civilian population and the acceleration of the transformation processes that threatened to make the entity's conquest irreversible. Ford's initial reconnaissance of the transformed Gravity Falls revealed the full scope of the changes that Bill had implemented and the sophisticated nature of the defenses that protected his conquered territory from outside interference. The reality distortions that characterized the entity's domain were not random chaos, but carefully engineered modifications that served specific tactical purposes while creating layers of protection that would need to be neutralized or bypassed before any meaningful resistance could be organized. The psychological warfare aspects of Bill's conquest were particularly sophisticated, as the entity had clearly studied three-dimensional psychology extensively and understood exactly which modifications to reality would produce maximum mental stress and social disruption among the human population. The transformations that had been imposed on specific individuals were designed not merely to neutralize potential sources of resistance, but to create object lessons that would discourage others from attempting similar opposition. Yet Ford's analysis of Bill's methods also revealed potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited by sufficiently determined and knowledgeable opponents. The entity's reality warping abilities, while vast, were not unlimited and appeared to require constant maintenance and attention to remain stable over extended periods. The interdimensional energies that powered these abilities were subject to certain cosmic constraints that governed the interactions between different planes of existence, creating theoretical limits on what Bill could accomplish even within his conquered territory. Most significantly, Ford recognized that Bill's psychological approach to conquest and control created dependencies on specific emotional and mental states among the conquered population that could potentially be disrupted through appropriate countermeasures. The entity's reliance on fear, despair, and psychological isolation as tools of control meant that any restoration of hope, courage, or social cohesion among the human population could undermine the foundations of his power while creating opportunities for more direct forms of resistance. The development of resistance strategies based on these observations would require Ford to locate and coordinate with other survivors who possessed the knowledge, courage, and resources necessary to implement countermeasures against cosmic-level threats. The challenge would be identifying such individuals while avoiding detection by Bill's surveillance networks and ensuring that any organized resistance remained hidden until it was ready to act decisively. The countdown to the next phase of the conflict had begun, as Ford prepared to transform his theoretical knowledge of interdimensional warfare into practical strategies for liberating his family and his dimension from the grip of an entity whose power seemed absolute, but whose ultimate victory was not yet assured. The battle for the fate of three-dimensional reality was about to enter a new phase, one that would test whether human courage and ingenuity could find ways to counter forces that operated according to principles that transcended normal understanding of what was possible or impossible in the cosmic order. The discovery that Bill Cipher's reality warping influence was constrained by certain natural boundaries that even cosmic-level entities could not simply dismiss through force of will provided the first glimmer of hope that organized resistance might be possible, despite the overwhelming scale of the threat facing gravity falls and the wider dimension beyond. Ford's careful analysis of the transformed landscape revealed that the entity's power, while vast and terrifying, operated according to principles that created exploitable limitations for those who possessed sufficient knowledge of interdimensional physics and the courage to attempt what amounted to warfare against forces that transcended normal human understanding. The boundary that contained Bill's influence was not a simple geographic perimeter, but rather a complex manifestation of cosmic law that governed the interactions between different planes of existence. The entity's ability to reshape reality was absolute within the territory he had claimed. But beyond a certain distance from the dimensional rift that served as his anchor to three-dimensional space, his power diminished rapidly until it became indistinguishable from the normal background levels of supernatural activity that had always characterized the Gravity Falls region. This boundary represented more than a mere tactical limitation. It was a fundamental constraint imposed by the structure of reality itself, a cosmic firewall that prevented any single entity from gaining unlimited power over three-dimensional space without first fulfilling certain requirements that Bill had not yet managed to satisfy. The recognition of this constraint provided Ford with his first concrete evidence that the entity's conquest, while devastating in its immediate effects, remained incomplete and potentially reversible if appropriate countermeasures could be developed and implemented. The Mystery Shack, located just beyond the edge of Bill's transformed territory, had become an unexpected refuge for survivors who had managed to escape the initial wave of reality distortions and transformations that had swept through Gravity Falls proper. The building's position on the boundary between normal reality and Bill's domain created unique conditions that seemed to provide protection from the entity's more extreme manifestations while allowing those within to observe and analyze the changes that had been imposed on the Fimeseim conquered territory. Stanley Pines had transformed the Mystery Shack into something resembling a military command post, drawing on skills and instincts that he had developed during his decades of maintaining elaborate deceptions and managing dangerous situations that required quick thinking and flexible responses to constantly changing circumstances. His experience with crisis management and his intimate familiarity with the building's hidden spaces and secret resources made him uniquely qualified to serve as the coordinator for whatever organized resistance might be possible against forces that operated on cosmic scales. The survivors who had gathered at the Mystery Shack represented a cross-section of Gravity Falls population that included both ordinary citizens who had been fortunate enough to escape Bill's initial transformations, members of the supernatural community who possessed specialized knowledge about interdimensional threats and reality warping phenomena. This combination of human determination and supernatural expertise created possibilities for collaboration and mutual support that neither group could have achieved independently. Wendy Corduroy had emerged as one of the most capable human survivors. Her practical skills and unflappable demeanor making her invaluable for organizing evacuation efforts and maintaining morale among the refugee population. Her experience with the outdoor challenges and survival situations that characterized life in the Pacific Northwest had prepared her for the kinds of resource management and crisis response that were necessary for sustaining a community under siege by cosmic forces. Zeus Ramirez, despite his typically cheerful and somewhat naive personality, had demonstrated unexpected reserves of courage and competence when confronted with the reality of interdimensional warfare. His loyalty to the Pines family and his deep emotional investment in protecting the Mystery Shack had motivated him to develop organizational and leadership skills that surprised even those who had known him for years, while his natural empathy and communication abilities made him effective at maintaining group cohesion under extremely stressful circumstances. The supernatural members of the survivor community brought knowledge and capabilities that complemented the human survivor's practical skills and emotional resilience. Those gnomes who had managed to avoid Bill's transformations possessed oral traditions and theoretical frameworks that provided valuable intelligence about interdimensional entities and their methods, while other supernatural beings contributed specialized abilities that could prove useful for reconnaissance, communication, and defensive purposes. Dipper Pines had initially struggled with overwhelming guilt and self-recrimination over his role in facilitating Bill's manifestation through his acceptance of the entity's manipulation and guidance. His recognition that his intellectual pride and hunger for supernatural knowledge had made him vulnerable to exactly the kinds of deception that had destroyed his great-uncle's original research, created psychological barriers that threatened to prevent him from contributing meaningfully to resistance efforts. Yet the crisis facing his family and his community gradually transformed Dipper's guilt into determination, and his self-doubt into a desperate hunger for redemption that motivated him to apply his considerable intellectual abilities toward finding solutions to problems that seemed to defy rational analysis. His intimate knowledge of Journal Number 3 and his growing understanding of interdimensional physics, gained through his unfortunate relationship with Bill, provided the resistance with theoretical frameworks and practical information that proved essential for developing countermeasures against cosmic-level threats. The development of organized resistance against Bill's conquest required the survivors to solve practical problems that had no precedent in human history, and few analogues even in the extensive oral traditions of Gravity Falls' supernatural community. The challenge was not merely military in nature, but involved questions of physics, psychology, and cosmic law that stretched the intellectual capabilities of everyone involved, while demanding innovations that pushed the boundaries of what three-dimensional beings were capable of achieving. Ford's return to the Mystery Shack after his initial reconnaissance of Bill's territory provided the Resistance with access to knowledge and experience that had been gained through decades of interdimensional travel and study of cosmic-level phenomena. His theoretical understanding of the forces that governed Bill's power, combined with his practical experience of interdimensional warfare and his intimate familiarity with the entity's methods and capabilities, made him the natural leader for any organized attempt to counter the conquest. Yet Ford's leadership was complicated by the psychological isolation and cosmic perspective that his years in interdimensional space had created, making it difficult for him to relate to the immediate human concerns and emotional needs of the other survivors. His tendency to approach problems from theoretical rather than practical perspectives sometimes created friction with those who were more focused on immediate survival and protection of loved ones than on long-term strategic planning. For dimensional warfare, the synthesis of Ford's cosmic knowledge with the practical skills and emotional intelligence of the other survivors required careful negotiation and compromise that tested everyone's ability to work collaboratively under conditions of extreme stress and constant danger. The development of resistance strategies needed to balance Ford's understanding of what was theoretically possible against the practical limitations of what could be accomplished with available resources and the psychological constraints that governed what the human survivors were capable of. enduring. Stanley's role in these collaborative efforts was crucial, as his decades of experience with managing complex deceptions and dangerous situations had prepared him to serve as a translator between his brother's cosmic perspective and the more immediate concerns of the other survivors. His practical intelligence and his deep understanding of human psychology made him effective at identifying solutions that could satisfy both theoretical requirements and practical constraints while maintaining group morale and cohesion. The plan that gradually emerged from these collaborative discussions was audacious in scope and unprecedented in its combination of conventional engineering with interdimensional physics and supernatural collaboration. The Resistance would construct a mobile battle platform that could approach Bill's territory while providing protection from reality warping attacks, using a combination of ancient protective techniques preserved in supernatural oral traditions and advanced technology adapted from Ford's interdimensional research. The foundation for this battle platform would be the Mystery Shack itself, which possessed certain natural protective properties that seemed to resist Bill's reality warping abilities while providing a familiar and psychologically comforting environment for the human survivors. The building's history of concealing supernatural activities and its decades of exposure to interdimensional energies from the portal had created passive defenses that could be enhanced and weaponized through the application of appropriate theoretical knowledge and engineering expertise. Fiddleford McGucket, the brilliant but damaged engineer who had once served as Ford's research partner before his mind was shattered by exposure to interdimensional horrors, emerged from his self-imposed exile to contribute essential expertise to the construction project. His recovery of suppressed memories and his renewed access to his original intellectual capabilities provided the Resistance with engineering knowledge that proved crucial for transforming theoretical concepts into practical technology. McGucket's contributions to the project extended beyond mere technical expertise to include psychological insights about the effects of interdimensional exposure and the methods that could be used to protect human minds from the kinds of mental contamination that had once driven him to madness. His hard-earned wisdom about the psychological costs of cosmic knowledge proved invaluable for helping the other survivors understand and prepare for the mental challenges they would face in direct confrontation with Bill's reality warping abilities. The transformation of the Mystery Shack into a mobile battle platform required innovations in engineering and physics that pushed the boundaries of what was possible using conventional three-dimensional technology supplemented by supernatural assistance and interdimensional theoretical frameworks. The building needed to be equipped with propulsion systems that could function in environments where the normal laws of physics held only tentative sway, while defensive systems had to be designed to protect against attacks that operated according to principles that transcended conventional understanding of weapons and warfare. The Shacktron, as the transformed Mystery Shack came to be known, represented a unique synthesis of human engineering, ingenuity, supernatural wisdom, and interdimensional physics that created capabilities no single approach could have achieved independently. The building's walls were reinforced with materials that had been treated using techniques derived from supernatural protective traditions, while its propulsion systems incorporated principles of reality manipulation that Ford had learned during his years of interdimensional travel. The construction process required the collaboration of human engineers, supernatural craftsmen, and entities that possessed specialized knowledge of the forces that governed interdimensional warfare. Each component of the Shacktron had to be designed and built according to specifications that balanced theoretical requirements against practical limitations, while ensuring that the finished product could function effectively in combat conditions against opponents that possessed cosmic-level power. The weapon systems that equipped the Shacktron were based on principles that combined conventional physics with supernatural techniques and interdimensional energy manipulation. The primary offensive capability consisted of focused energy projectors that could channel power from multiple sources simultaneously, creating beams that were designed to disrupt the mathematical foundations that supported Bill's reality warping abilities rather than simply causing physical damage through conventional means. The defensive systems included both passive protections that could resist reality warping attacks and active countermeasures that could neutralize or redirect incoming threats before they could affect the Shacktron or its occupants. These systems drew on theoretical frameworks that treated consciousness itself as a form of technology that could be programmed and shielded through the application of appropriate mathematical and symbolic techniques. The completion of the Shacktron marked the transformation of the Mystery Shack refugee community from a collection of desperate survivors into an organized military force capable of challenging Bill's conquest through direct confrontation. The mobile battle platform represented not merely a technological achievement but a symbol of human determination and collaborative capability that demonstrated the possibility of resistance even against cosmic-level threats. The assault on Bill's territory that followed the Shacktron's completion was planned as a coordinated operation that would combine direct military action with psychological warfare and strategic misdirection designed to exploit the entity's weaknesses and limitations. The goal was not necessarily to defeat Bill through force of arms, but rather to create conditions that would allow for more targeted interventions against the dimensional rift that anchored his power to three-dimensional reality. The battle that ensued when the Shacktron entered Bill's transformed domain represented the first direct military confrontation between three-dimensional resistance forces and interdimensional conquest entities in the recorded history of human civilization. The engagement tested not only the technical capabilities of the mobile battle platform, but also the courage and determination of those who operated it under conditions that challenged every assumption about what was possible in warfare. The Shacktron's initial assault on Bill's defensive positions achieved tactical success through the application of coordinated firepower that disrupted several reality-warping installations while demonstrating that the entity's power was not absolute, even within his conquered territory. The mobile platform's ability to maintain coherent function while operating in environments where the normal laws of physics had been suspended proved that appropriate engineering and preparation could create effective countermeasures against cosmic-level threats. Yet, the Resistance's tactical victories were overshadowed by Bill's strategic response, as the entity quickly adapted his defensive measures to account for the specific capabilities that the Shacktron had demonstrated. His reality-warping abilities allowed him to modify the fundamental nature of the battlefield in real time, creating conditions that neutralized many of the advantages that conventional military planning had sought to exploit. The Shacktron's systems began to experience failures and malfunctions as Bill's countermeasures took effect, transforming the mobile battle platform from an instrument of liberation into a target for the entity's reality-warping attacks. The battle that had begun with coordinated precision devolved into desperate improvisation as the resistance forces found themselves fighting not merely against an enemy, but against the breakdown of the physical laws that made their technology possible. The ultimate failure of the Shacktron assault demonstrated the limitations of conventional military approaches when applied to interdimensional warfare, while revealing the true scope of the challenges that faced any organized resistance to Bill's conquest. The entity's power was not merely vast, but fundamentally different in kind from anything that three-dimensional beings were equipped to counter through direct confrontation. Yet the battle also provided valuable intelligence about Bill's methods and limitations that would prove essential for developing alternative approaches to resistance and eventual liberation. The engagement revealed specific patterns in the entity's reality warping abilities that suggested exploitable vulnerabilities, while the psychological aspects of his response to organized resistance provided insights into the cosmic entity's mental processes and strategic priorities. The survivors who escaped from the failed assault on Bill's territory carried with them hard-earned knowledge about the true nature of interdimensional warfare and the specific challenges that would need to be overcome to achieve meaningful victory against cosmic-level threats. Their experience would prove invaluable for developing the more sophisticated and targeted strategies that would be necessary for any future attempts to liberate Gravity Falls from the entity's control. The stage was set for the next phase of the conflict, as the resistance forces regrouped and began developing new approaches based on their growing understanding of Bill's capabilities and limitations, while the entity himself prepared countermeasures designed to prevent any future organized opposition to his conquest and his ultimate plans for dimensional domination. The prison bubble that Bill Cipher had constructed for Mabel Pines represented a masterpiece of psychological manipulation disguised as benevolent protection, a pocket dimension carefully crafted to appear as the perfect solution to all of her deepest fears about growing up, changing relationships, and the inevitable loss of the innocent certainties that had defined her childhood. The artificial reality that surrounded her was not merely an illusion or hallucination, but a fully functional alternate dimension that operated according to principles designed to fulfill her every conscious desire while systematically reinforcing the emotional dependencies that made her vulnerable to Bill's ultimate control. Mabeland, as the pocket dimension came to be known by those who discovered its existence, was a realm where the harsh realities of adolescent development and family conflict had been replaced by an eternal summer of friendship, creativity, and unconditional acceptance. Every aspect of the artificial environment had been designed to appeal to Mabel's specific personality traits and psychological needs, creating a world where her natural optimism and creative energy could flourish without the constraints and compromises that characterized life in three-dimensional reality. The landscape of Mabeland was a living expression of Mabel's artistic vision and her understanding of what paradise should look like, filled with colors that were more vivid than anything that normal physics could produce and populated by creatures that combined the best qualities of real animals with the unlimited possibilities of imagination. Rainbows arced across skies that shifted through spectrums of color that had no names, while meadows of flowers that sang in harmony stretched toward horizons that promised endless adventure and discovery. The inhabitants of this artificial paradise were manifestations of Mabel's idealized understanding of friendship and social acceptance, beings who possessed all the positive qualities she valued in relationships while lacking any of the complications, conflicts, or emotional demands that made real human interaction so challenging and unpredictable. These artificial friends were programmed to provide constant validation and support for every decision Mabel made, creating an environment where criticism, disagreement, and the painful processes of compromise and growth were simply impossible to experience. At the center of Mabeland stood a magnificent castle that served as both Mabel's residence and the focal point for all the activities that filled her days in the pocket dimension. The structure was built according to architectural principles that combined the grandeur of fairy tale palaces with the whimsical creativity of a child's imagination, its towers and spires reaching toward impossible heights, while its rooms and corridors expanded or contracted according to whatever activities Mabel wished to pursue at any given moment. Within the castle, Mabel's days were filled with an endless succession of parties, craft projects, and social activities that provided constant stimulation and entertainment without ever requiring the kind of emotional maturation or personal growth that characterized normal adolescent development. Every celebration was perfectly planned. Every creative project turned out exactly as she envisioned it, and every social interaction reinforced her sense of being loved and appreciated without demanding anything uncomfortable or challenging in return. Yet beneath the surface perfection of Mabeland lay subtle mechanisms of control and conditioning that were designed to ensure Mabel's continued cooperation with Bill's broader plans, while gradually weakening her psychological connection to the reality and relationships she had left behind. The artificial friends who provided her with constant companionship were programmed to subtly discourage any thoughts or conversations that might lead her to question the nature of her situation, or consider the possibility of returning to the challenges and uncertainties of normal existence. The activities and experiences that filled Mabel's time in the pocket dimension were carefully designed to provide immediate gratification and emotional satisfaction, while avoiding any of the difficult learning experiences that promote genuine psychological development and emotional maturity. Every problem she encountered had obvious solutions that required no sacrifice or compromise, while every goal she pursued was achievable through enthusiasm and creativity alone, without the patience, persistence, and acceptance of failure that characterized real personal growth. Most insidiously, the artificial environment included subtle distortions of Mabel's memories of her life before entering the pocket dimension, gradually replacing her recollections of real relationships and genuine experiences with idealized versions that emphasized the negative aspects of her previous existence, while minimizing the love, support, and meaningful connections that had actually characterized her family relationships. These memory modifications were designed to make the artificial paradise seem increasingly appealing in comparison, while reducing her motivation to return to a reality that was being systematically reframed as a source of disappointment and emotional pain. The discovery of Mabel's imprisonment in the pocket dimension represented a crucial breakthrough for the resistance forces who were struggling to understand and counter Bill's conquest of Gravity Falls. Dipper's recognition that his sister was being held in an artificial reality rather than simply transformed or destroyed like many of Bill's other victims provided the first concrete evidence that the entity's ultimate plans extended beyond mere conquest and destruction to include sophisticated forms of psychological control and manipulation. Ford's analysis of the dimensional signatures and energy patterns associated with Mabel's prison revealed that the pocket dimension was not an isolated phenomenon, but rather a component of a larger system that Bill was constructing to support his long-term goals of dimensional conquest and reality modification. The theoretical frameworks that governed the prison bubble's operation suggested that it was designed to serve as a prototype for larger-scale reality modifications that could potentially be applied to entire populations or geographic regions. The realization that Bill possessed the capability to create artificial realities that could provide perfect psychological satisfaction while maintaining absolute control over their inhabitants represented a threat that transcended the peasants' immediate crisis in Gravity Falls and extended to the fundamental nature of consciousness and free will throughout three-dimensional space. If the entity could perfect these techniques and apply them on larger scales, he could potentially transform entire civilizations into willing collaborators in their own subjugation. Dipper's determination to rescue his sister from her artificial paradise was complicated by his recognition that the pocket dimension had been specifically designed to fulfill her deepest psychological needs and desires in ways that three-dimensional reality could never match. The challenge was not simply to extract Mabel from her prison, but to convince her that the genuine relationships and authentic experiences of normal existence were more valuable than the perfect but artificial satisfaction that Bill's creation could provide. The journey into Maberland required Dipper to develop new forms of courage and determination that went beyond his previous experiences with supernatural investigation and interdimensional phenomena. The challenge he faced was not primarily physical or intellectual, but emotional, requiring him to confront his own fears about growing up and changing relationships while helping his sister recognize the importance of accepting the difficulties and uncertainties that accompany genuine human connection. The entry portal that provided access to Mabel's prison was hidden within Bill's transformed territory, requiring Dipper to navigate reality-warping defenses and psychological traps that were designed to prevent any rescue attempts, while testing the determination and emotional stability of anyone who attempted to penetrate the pocket dimension. The passage into Maberland itself involved transitions between different states of consciousness and reality that challenged Dipper's ability to maintain his sense of identity and purpose, while adapting to an environment that operated according to principles designed to undermine his mission. The artificial landscape that greeted Dipper upon his arrival in Maberland was simultaneously beautiful and disturbing, a realm where every detail had been crafted to appeal to his sister's aesthetic sensibilities while serving Bill's deeper purposes of control and manipulation. The creatures and inhabitants that populated this dimension were clearly artificial constructs rather than genuine beings, yet their programming was sophisticated enough to create the illusion of authentic personality and emotional depth for anyone who was not specifically looking for signs of deception. Dipper's interactions with the artificial inhabitants of Maberland revealed the sophisticated nature of the psychological manipulation that Bill had embedded in every aspect of the pocket dimension's operation. The artificial friends who surrounded Mabel were programmed not only to provide constant validation and support, but also to subtly discourage any thoughts or activities that might lead to genuine personal growth or increased independence from the artificial environment. The activities and entertainments that filled Mabel's days in her paradise were designed to provide maximum immediate pleasure while avoiding any of the challenges or disappointments that promote psychological development and emotional maturity. Every game had rules that ensured she would always win. Every creative project was guaranteed to succeed, and every social interaction was structured to reinforce her sense of being special and beloved, without requiring her to consider the needs or perspectives of others. Dipper's attempts to communicate with his sister about the artificial nature of her paradise were complicated by the sophisticated defense mechanisms that Bill had built into the pocket dimension's psychological architecture. Mabel's perception of reality within the artificial environment had been systematically modified to interpret any criticism or questioning of her situation as evidence of jealousy, negativity, or attempts to steal her happiness rather than genuine concern for her well-being. The artificial friends who surrounded Mabel served as both guardians and monitors, programmed to intervene whenever conversations or situations arose that might lead her to question the nature of her environment or consider the possibility of returning to three-dimensional reality. These interventions were subtle rather than obvious, taking the form of distractions, alternative activities, or gentle suggestions that redirected her attention away from uncomfortable topics without creating obvious signs of censorship or control. The deeper Dipper penetrated into the psychological structure of Maberland, the more he began to understand the sophisticated nature of Bill's manipulation and the genuine difficulty of extracting someone from an artificial reality that had been specifically designed to fulfill their deepest emotional needs. The pocket dimension was not simply a prison, but a form of psychological addiction that provided perfect satisfaction while gradually weakening the mental and emotional capabilities necessary for surviving in genuine reality. The confrontation between Dipper and the artificial manifestations of Mabel's desires and fears took place not in physical space but in the realm of memory, emotion, and psychological symbolism where the pocket dimension's true power resided. The battle for Mabel's consciousness involved challenging the distorted versions of their shared history that Bill had used to justify her retreat from reality, while demonstrating that the genuine love and connection they shared as siblings was more valuable than any artificial paradise could ever provide. The process of helping Mabel recognize the artificial nature of her paradise required Dipper to confront his own fears and insecurities about their relationship, including his recognition that his obsession with supernatural investigation and his growing independence had indeed created distance between them during their summer in Gravity Falls. The honesty and vulnerability that this confrontation demanded tested both siblings' emotional maturity and their commitment to maintaining their connection, despite the changes that growing up would inevitably bring to their romancing relationship. The artificial constructs that served as Mabel's companions in the pocket dimension fought against Dipper's attempts to reveal their true nature through increasingly desperate and sophisticated forms of manipulation, drawing on detailed psychological profiles that Bill had constructed through months of observation and analysis. These entities understood exactly which emotional triggers and psychological vulnerabilities could be exploited to make Mabel resist any attempts to extract her from the artificial paradise they had helped to create. The climactic moment of Mabel's recognition that her paradise was artificial rather than genuine came not through logical argument or evidence, but through emotional connection and the recovery of authentic memories that Bill's manipulation had systematically suppressed or distorted. The realization that her artificial friends could never provide the kind of genuine love and acceptance that came from relationships with flawed but authentic beings marked the beginning of her psychological liberation from the pocket dimension's control. Mabel's decision to leave her artificial paradise represented not merely a rejection of Bill's manipulation, but a conscious choice to accept the uncertainties and difficulties that characterize genuine existence in three-dimensional reality. Her recognition that growing up and changing relationships did not necessarily mean losing the connections that mattered most to her provided the emotional foundation for her escape from the psychological prison that had been constructed around her deepest fears and insecurities. The collapse of Mabeland, as Mabel chose to leave it, was a gradual process that reflected the systematic dismantling of the artificial reality's psychological architecture rather than simple destruction or abandonment. The pocket dimension began to lose cohesion as its primary inhabitant withdrew her emotional investment from the carefully constructed illusions that had sustained it, while the artificial beings who had populated it lost their programming and purpose as the psychological needs they had been designed to fulfill were no longer being projected into the environment. The journey out of the collapsing pocket dimension required both siblings to navigate transitions between different states of reality and consciousness, while supporting each other through the psychological challenges that accompanied the abandonment of artificial perfection in favor of genuine but imperfect existence. Their successful escape represented not only a tactical victory against Bill's broader plans, but also a personal triumph of authentic relationship over artificial satisfaction. The return to three-dimensional reality marked the beginning of a new phase in the resistance against Bill's conquest, as Mabel's liberation from her psychological prison provided both intelligence about the entity's capabilities and demonstration that even his most sophisticated forms of manipulation could be overcome through genuine human connection and emotional courage. Her experience within the artificial paradise had provided her with unique insights into Bill's understanding of human psychology and the methods he employed to exploit emotional vulnerabilities for purposes of control and manipulation. The knowledge that Mabel and Dipper brought back from their experience in the pocket dimension proved essential for understanding the full scope of Bill's plans and developing countermeasures that could protect other potential victims from similar forms of psychological manipulation. Their successful resistance to the artificial paradise's seductive appeal provided proof that human consciousness possessed inherent strengths and capabilities that could not be completely suppressed or controlled, even by cosmic-level entities with vast knowledge of psychological manipulation technique. The stage was set for the next phase of the conflict. As the resistance forces integrated the intelligence gathered from Mabel's rescue into their broader understanding of Bill's methods and capabilities, while preparing for confrontations that would test not only their physical courage and technical abilities, but also their psychological resilience and their commitment to authentic relationships and genuine human values in the face of overwhelming pressure to accept artificial alternatives. The ancient prophecy that Ford had discovered during his decades of interdimensional exile spoke of a configuration of symbols and souls that could serve as the ultimate weapon against entities that operated beyond the normal constraints of three-dimensional reality, a mystical arrangement known throughout cosmic folklore as the cipher wheel that represented humanity's most powerful defense against forces that sought to reshape existence according to their alien desires and incomprehensible agendas. The prophecy, carved into stone tablets that predated human civilization and written in languages that transcended the normal boundaries between dimensions, described a ritual that could bind even the most powerful interdimensional entities within barriers that they could not break through force alone. The cipher wheel itself was not a physical object, but rather a conceptual framework that required the precise arrangement of 10 specific symbols, each representing a different aspect of three-dimensional existence and consciousness, arranged in a perfect circle that would serve as a conduit for cosmic forces that operated on scales far larger than anything that individual beings could comprehend or control. The power that this arrangement could theoretically generate was not drawn from any single source, but rather from the fundamental structure of reality itself, tapping into the same cosmic laws that govern the relationships between different planes of existence. Ford's research into the prophecy's origins and theoretical foundations had revealed that the cipher wheel represented more than simple mystical symbolism, but was actually a sophisticated application of interdimensional physics that treated consciousness itself as a fundamental force, comparable to gravity or electromagnetism. The arrangement of symbols and souls described in the ancient texts was designed to create a resonance pattern that could amplify the natural protective barriers that separated three-dimensional reality from the chaos of interdimensional space. The 10 symbols that comprised the cipher wheel were not arbitrary mystical representations, but rather precise mathematical and conceptual markers that corresponded to specific aspects of three-dimensional consciousness and its relationship to cosmic forces. Each symbol served as both a focus for particular types of mental and spiritual energy and an anchor point for the larger pattern that would emerge when all 10 were properly aligned and activated by individuals who embodied the qualities that each position represented. The pine tree symbol, which corresponded to Dipper's position in the prophetic arrangement, represented the aspect of consciousness that sought to understand and categorize the mysteries of existence, the driving curiosity and analytical intelligence that made three-dimensional beings capable of comprehending forces that operated beyond their normal sensory experience. This symbol served as the anchor for the intellectual foundations of the ritual, channeling the power of knowledge and investigation that had always been humanity's greatest weapon against the unknown. The shooting star, Mabel's position within the cipher wheel, embodied the creative and emotional aspects of consciousness that transformed mere survival into genuine life. The capacity for joy, love, and artistic expression that made three-dimensional existence worth protecting from entities that sought to reduce it to nothing more than raw material for their cosmic experiments. This symbol provided the emotional energy necessary to sustain the ritual through the enormous psychological challenges that would accompany direct confrontation with cosmic-level forces. The six-fingered hand represented Stanford himself, marking his role as the bearer of forbidden knowledge and interdimensional experience that made him uniquely qualified to understand and direct the forces that the cipher wheel was designed to channel. His symbol served as the theoretical foundation for the entire arrangement, providing the intellectual framework necessary to transform ancient prophecy into practical application of cosmic law. The fez, Stanley's symbol within the prophetic pattern, embodied the practical wisdom and protective instincts that had sustained humanity through countless challenges and disasters, the kind of street-smart intelligence and stubborn determination that could find solutions to problems that defeated more sophisticated approaches. His position in the cipher wheel represented the grounding force that would keep the ritual connected to immediate human needs and concerns, rather than losing itself in cosmic abstraction. The remaining symbols of the cipher wheel corresponded to other individuals whose lives had been touched by the supernatural forces that converged in Gravity Falls, each bringing their own unique strengths and perspectives to the collective effort required to challenge Bill Cipher's conquest. The ice bag symbol represented Wendy's cool competence and unflappable response to crisis, while the question mark embodied Seuss's emotional intelligence and intuitive understanding of human relationships that could not be reduced to logical analysis. The llama, the tent, the stitched heart, and the glasses completed the symbolic arrangement, each corresponding to individuals whose involvement in the supernatural events of Gravity Falls had prepared them to serve specific roles in the cosmic confrontation that the prophecy described. The collective power that these 10 positions could theoretically generate was not simply the sum of their individual contributions, but rather an exponential amplification that emerged from the precise mathematical relationships between their symbolic positions. Ford's explanation of the cipher wheel prophecy to the assembled resistance forces was received with a mixture of desperate hope and understandable skepticism, as the ancient ritual represented both their best chance of defeating Bill's conquest and a form of mystical thinking that seemed at odds with the rational approaches that had characterized most of their previous resistance efforts. The transition from technological solutions and military tactics to ancient prophecy and symbolic arrangement required psychological adjustments that challenged everyone's preconceptions about how cosmic-level problems could be addressed. Yet the alternative to attempting the prophetic ritual was the continued expansion of Bill's reality-warping influence and the eventual transformation of three-dimensional existence into something that bore no resemblance to anything that human consciousness was equipped to comprehend or survive. The entity's growing power and the obvious inadequacy of conventional resistance methods made the ancient prophecy seem like a reasonable option, despite its mystical nature and the enormous risks that would be associated with its implementation. The practical challenge of assembling the 10 individuals required by the prophecy and coordinating their actions according to the precise specifications described in the ancient texts required organizational skills and leadership capabilities that tested the limits of what the resistance forces had developed during their previous collaborative efforts. Each participant would need to understand not only their specific role within the larger pattern, but also the psychological and spiritual requirements necessary to channel the cosmic forces that the ritual was designed to access. The location where the cipher wheel ritual would be performed was crucial to its success, as the ancient texts specified that the arrangement needed to be created within Bill's transformed territory, where the normal barriers between dimensions had been weakened sufficiently to allow the prophetic forces to manifest with maximum effectiveness. This requirement meant that the participants would need to approach the heart of the entity's power, while remaining vulnerable to his reality warping abilities throughout the period required to complete the complex ritual. The timing of the ritual was equally critical, as the cosmic forces described in the prophecy were subject to celestial and dimensional influences that created windows of opportunity when the arrangement could achieve maximum power, while limiting the periods when attempts at implementation would be likely to succeed. Ford's calculations suggested that the optimal moment for the ritual would occur during the approaching climax of the dimensional instability that had made Bill's invasion possible, creating a brief period when the barriers between realities would be at their weakest point. The preparation for the cipher wheel ritual required each participant to undergo forms of mental and spiritual conditioning that would prepare them to serve as conduits for cosmic forces, while maintaining sufficient psychological stability to coordinate their actions with the other members of the arrangement. These preparations drew on techniques that Ford had learned during his interdimensional travels, modified to account for the specific requirements of the prophetic pattern and the psychological limitations of three-dimensional consciousness. The march toward the ritual site through Bill's transformed territory represented one of the most dangerous journeys that any of the participants had ever undertaken, as they were forced to navigate reality-warping defenses and psychological attacks while maintaining the mental discipline necessary to perform their assigned roles in the upcoming confrontation. The entity's recognition of their approach and his understanding of the threat that the ancient prophecy represented led him to deploy increasingly sophisticated countermeasures designed to prevent the ritual from being completed. The formation of the cipher wheel within Bill's throne room at the apex of the pyramid represented the culmination of months of preparation and the convergence of forces that had been building since Ford's original manipulation decades earlier. The 10 participants arranged themselves according to the precise specifications described in the ancient prophecy, each taking their assigned position while beginning the mental and spiritual processes that would allow them to channel the cosmic energies necessary to bind the interdimensional entity. The initial phase of the ritual proceeded according to the theoretical predictions that Ford had developed through his analysis of the ancient texts. As the arrangement of symbols and souls began to generate resonance patterns that created visible distortions in the reality-warping field that surrounded Bill's throne room, the entity's recognition of the threat that the cipher wheel represented led him to intensify his attacks on the participants. But the protective barriers generated by their collective arrangement proved capable of withstanding forces that would have destroyed any individual defender. Yet the ritual's progress was threatened by psychological and emotional conflicts among the participants that the ancient prophecy had not adequately addressed, as the enormous stress of channeling cosmic forces while resisting Bill's reality-warping attacks brought long-suppressed tensions and disagreements to the surface with explosive intensity. The decades of separation and mutual resentment between Ford and Stanley created fractures in the cipher wheel's theoretical unity that threatened to undermine the entire ritual before it could achieve its intended effects. The confrontation between the twin brothers that erupted during the crucial phase of the ritual reflected not merely personal conflicts but fundamental disagreements about responsibility, sacrifice, and the proper approach to protecting their family and dimension from cosmic threats. Ford's tendency to prioritize theoretical understanding and long-term strategic thinking clashed with Stanley's focus on immediate practical concerns and emotional connections, creating exactly the kind of disunity that Bill's manipulation techniques had always been designed to exploit. Bill Cipher's recognition of the growing discord within the cipher wheel arrangement led him to abandon his direct attacks in favor of psychological manipulation techniques, specifically designed to exacerbate the conflicts that threatened to tear the ritual apart from within. The entity's vast experience with exploiting human emotional vulnerabilities allowed him to identify and amplify the specific grievances and resentments that could transform the participants' collective strength into mutual destruction. The entity's taunts and provocations were carefully calibrated to trigger the deepest insecurities and unresolved conflicts that existed between the various participants, while his reality warping abilities created illusions and false memories designed to justify anger and mistrust among people who needed to maintain absolute unity to successfully complete the ritual. The psychological battlefield that emerged within the cipher wheel arrangement was far more dangerous than any of the physical threats the participants had previously faced. The breaking of the cipher wheel occurred not through external attack or technical failure, but through the fundamental human inability to maintain perfect unity in the face of overwhelming stress and skillful manipulation. The collapse of the ritual arrangement released the cosmic energies that had been building within the prophetic pattern, creating a backlash that scattered the participants and left them more vulnerable to Bill's attacks than they had been before attempting the ancient solution. Ford's recognition that the failure of the cipher wheel ritual had eliminated their most powerful potential weapon against Bill's conquest created a crisis of leadership and strategic planning that threatened to destroy what remained of organized resistance to the entity's dimensional invasion. The ancient prophecy had represented not merely their best hope of victory, but their only theoretical framework for understanding how cosmic-level threats could be countered through human action and determination. Bill's triumph over the cipher wheel ritual was accompanied by his recognition that the resistance forces had exhausted their most sophisticated weapons and strategies, leaving them with no obvious alternatives to unconditional surrender or gradual destruction through the continued expansion of his reality-warping influence. The entity's confidence in his ultimate victory led him to begin implementing the next phase of his conquest plans, which involved breaking through the dimensional barriers that limited his power to the immediate vicinity of gravity falls. The failure of the ancient prophecy and the scattering of the resistance forces marked the beginning of what appeared to be the final phase of Bill Cipher's conquest, as the entity prepared to expand his reality-warping influence beyond the boundaries that had previously contained it, while eliminating the remaining pockets of organized opposition that might interfere with his ultimate goals of dimensional transformation. The cosmic horror that had begun with the manipulation of a single researcher 3 decades earlier was approaching its moment of ultimate triumph. Yet even in this darkest hour, when all hope seemed lost and the fate of three-dimensional reality seemed sealed by the failure of humanity's most powerful mystical weapon, the bonds of family and the power of genuine love continued to offer possibilities that cosmic entities with their vast intelligence and reality-warping abilities were not equipped to understand or counter. The stage was set for a final confrontation that would test whether the most fundamental human values could prove stronger than forces that operated on scales that transcended individual comprehension or cosmic significance. The ancient prophecy had failed, but the human capacity for sacrifice, love, and creative problem-solving under impossible circumstances remained untested by an entity whose understanding of three-dimensional consciousness, for all its sophistication and centuries of study, might still contain blind spots that could be exploited by minds desperate enough to risk everything for the people and principles they valued most. The battle for the fate of reality itself was about to enter its most crucial and unpredictable phase. the desperate gambit that would ultimately determine the fate of three-dimensional reality began not with grand strategy or cosmic revelation, but with the kind of improvised deception that Stanley Pines had perfected during his decades of questionable business ventures and elaborate confidence schemes. The failure of the cipher wheel ritual had left the resistance forces scattered and apparently powerless, their most sophisticated weapons and ancient prophecies proving inadequate against an entity whose power seemed to transcend every form of opposition that human ingenuity could devise or cosmic law could support. Bill Cipher's triumph over the mystical arrangement that should have bound him according to interdimensional prophecy had filled him with the intoxicating certainty of ultimate victory, his reality-warping celebration, creating cascades of impossible phenomena that transformed the already surreal landscape of conquered Gravity Falls into something that resembled the fever dreams of cosmic entities rather than anything that three-dimensional minds were equipped to process or survive. The entity's confidence in his invincibility had reached levels that bordered on the megalomaniacal, his vast intelligence temporarily clouded by the emotional satisfaction of having overcome what had appeared to be the most serious threat to his dimensional conquest. Yet Bill's focus on savoring his victory over the cipher wheel and planning the expansion of his reality-warping influence beyond the boundaries of Gravity Falls had created a crucial blind spot in his normally comprehensive surveillance and analysis of potential threats. The entity's assumption that the failure of the ancient prophecy had eliminated all meaningful resistance led him to reduce his vigilance regarding the scattered survivors, treating them as defeated enemies who posed no further danger to his ultimate goals, rather than desperate adversaries who might still possess the capacity for dangerous innovations. Ford's capture by Bill's forces following the collapse of the ritual had provided the entity with access to the most knowledgeable opponent of his dimensional conquest, someone whose decades of interdimensional experience and theoretical understanding of cosmic forces made him uniquely valuable, both as a source of information and as a potential collaborator in the next phases of reality transformation. The interrogation and torture that Bill subjected Ford to was designed not merely to extract useful intelligence, but to break the psychological resistance that had sustained Ford's opposition through 30 years of exile and preparation for this ultimate confrontation. The techniques that Bill employed to compromise Ford's mental defenses drew on the entity's vast experience with psychological manipulation and his intimate knowledge of three-dimensional consciousness and its vulnerabilities. The reality-warping abilities that allowed Bill to reshape physical matter according to his whims proved equally effective when applied to the structures of memory, emotion, and identity that defined individual personality, creating forms of mental torture that transcended anything that conventional interrogation could achieve. Bill's manipulation of Ford's consciousness involved the systematic deconstruction of the memories, relationships, and beliefs that had provided meaning and purpose to his existence, replacing them with carefully crafted alternatives that served the entity's goals while undermining Ford's sense of identity and moral certainty. The process was designed to be gradual rather than sudden, allowing Bill to observe and analyze Ford's psychological responses while fine-tuning his approach to achieve maximum effectiveness in breaking his subject's will to resist. The information that Bill sought from Ford extended beyond simple intelligence about resistance activities and defensive preparations to include the theoretical frameworks and practical knowledge that Ford had acquired during his interdimensional travels. The entity's understanding of cosmic forces and reality manipulation, while vast, was primarily intuitive rather than systematic. based on natural abilities that had evolved during his existence in the spaces between dimensions, rather than careful study and analysis of underlying principles. Ford's scientific approach to interdimensional physics and his methodical documentation of cosmic phenomena represented forms of knowledge that could significantly enhance Bill's own capabilities, while providing him with new approaches to the challenges involved in expanding his conquest beyond three-dimensional space. The combination of Bill's natural power with Ford's theoretical understanding could potentially create capabilities that neither entity could achieve independently, making Ford's cooperation, or at least his passive compliance, essential for the next phases of dimensional transformation. Yet Ford's resistance to Bill's psychological manipulation proved more resilient than the entity had anticipated, sustained by forms of mental discipline and emotional commitment that had been strengthened rather than weakened by his decades of exile in interdimensional space. The love for his family that had motivated his original sacrifice in stepping through the dimensional portal remained as a core anchor for his identity that Bill's reality warping abilities could not easily corrupt or destroy. The stalemate that developed between Bill's manipulation attempts and Ford's psychological resistance created an opportunity that the scattered remnants of the resistance forces were uniquely positioned to exploit, though recognizing and acting on this opportunity would require forms of desperate creativity and personal sacrifice that tested the limits of what any individual could be expected to endure for the sake of others. Stanley's recognition that his physical resemblance to his twin brother could potentially be exploited for purposes of deception and infiltration represented the kind of practical problem-solving that had characterized his approach to impossible situations throughout his life. The plan that began to form in his mind was audacious in its simplicity and terrifying in its potential consequences, requiring him to risk not only his life, but his very identity in a gambit that offered no guarantee of success, while promising certain destruction if discovered. The memory gun that had been developed by Fiddleford McGucket during his years of attempting to erase traumatic recollections represented one of the few technological resources that remained available to the resistance forces after the Prometheans' failure of their more sophisticated weapons and strategies. The device's ability to selectively modify or completely erase specific memories had originally been designed as a therapeutic tool for helping individuals cope with psychological trauma, but Stanley's plan would require its adaptation for purposes that its creator had never intended or imagined. The theoretical foundation for Stanley's desperate strategy lay in his recognition that Bill's power, while vast, was ultimately dependent on his consciousness and his ability to direct reality-warping forces through focused intention and will. If the entity's mind could be disrupted or damaged at a sufficiently fundamental level, his control over the cosmic energies that sustained his conquest might be weakened enough to allow for the intervention of forces that normally could not operate within his transformed territory. The memory gun's potential effectiveness as a weapon against Bill was based on its unique capability to target the mental structures that supported consciousness and identity, rather than attempting to inflict damage through conventional, physical, or energy-based attacks. The device's ability to operate at the level of memory and cognition made it theoretically capable of affecting entities that were immune to normal forms of harm, though applying it to a being of Bill's power and sophistication would require innovations that pushed the technology far beyond its original specifications. Stanley's plan to infiltrate Bill's fortress and deploy the memory gun required him to exploit the entity's psychological blind spots and his assumptions about the defeated resistance forces, using deception and misdirection to gain access to situations where the weapon could be employed effectively. The success of this infiltration would depend not only on Stanley's ability to impersonate his brother convincingly, but also on his capacity to maintain his deception under conditions of extreme psychological pressure and supernatural scrutiny. The preparation for this desperate mission required Stanley to study and internalize aspects of Ford's personality, mannerisms, and specialized knowledge that he had never bothered to learn during their decades of estrangement, transforming his lifelong familiarity with his twin brother into a performance sophisticated enough to deceive an entity whose understanding of human psychology exceeded that of any terrestrial expert. The psychological demands of this preparation were complicated by Stanley's recognition that success would require him to temporarily sacrifice his own identity so completely that recovery might prove impossible, even if the mission succeeded. The infiltration of the pyramid and Stanley's approach to Bill's throne room represented the culmination of a deception that required him to maintain perfect consistency in his impersonation while navigating an environment where reality itself had been reshaped according to alien principles that challenged every assumption about how physical space and consciousness were supposed to operate. The psychological stress of maintaining his false identity while surrounded by cosmic horrors and reality-warping phenomena tested Stanley's mental resilience to its absolute limits. Bill's initial acceptance of Stanley's impersonation as the defeated and captured Ford reflected both the entity's arrogance and his assumptions about the psychological effects that his torture and manipulation techniques should have produced in his prisoner. The changes in personality and behavior that Stanley's impersonation displayed were interpreted by Bill as evidence of successful psychological conditioning, rather than indicators of deception, allowing the infiltration to proceed further than might have been possible under different circumstances. The conversation that developed between Bill and the imposter Ford was carefully crafted by Stanley to reinforce the entity's assumptions about his victory while providing opportunities to approach close enough to deploy the memory gun effectively. This delicate balance between maintaining his deception and positioning himself for the crucial moment required Stanley to draw on every technique of manipulation and misdirection that he had learned during his years of confidence schemes and elaborate frauds. The moment when Stanley revealed his true identity and activated the memory gun represented not merely a tactical surprise, but a fundamental violation of Bill's understanding of how human psychology and family relationships were supposed to operate under conditions of extreme stress and cosmic threat. The entity's recognition that he had been deceived by someone he had dismissed as intellectually inferior created a moment of shocked vulnerability that allowed the weapon to achieve effects that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. The deployment of the memory gun within Bill's own mindscape created a unique situation where the device's reality-altering effects were amplified by the cosmic energies that the entity himself had been using to maintain his conquest of three-dimensional space. The weapon's impact was not limited to the selective erasure of specific memories, but extended to the fundamental structures of consciousness and identity that supported Bill's ability to direct reality-warping forces according to his will and intention. The battle that raged within Bill's mindscape as the memory gun's effects took hold was fought not with conventional weapons or energy attacks, but through the collision of different approaches to consciousness and identity that represented fundamentally incompatible ways of existing within cosmic space. Stanley's human psychology and emotional connections proved to be more resilient under these conditions than Bill's alien consciousness, which had been optimized for cosmic manipulation rather than the kind of personal relationships that provided meaning and stability to three-dimensional existence. The mutual destruction that resulted from this collision of incompatible forms of consciousness represented both victory and tragedy, as Bill's defeat was achieved only through Stanley's sacrifice of the memories and identity that had defined his existence for more than 60 years. The cosmic energies that were released as Bill's reality-warping abilities collapsed began to reverse the transformations that had been imposed on Gravity Falls. But this restoration came at the cost of reducing Stanley to a state of mental blankness that resembled death more than any recognizable form of life. The reversal of Bill Cipher's reality-warping effects occurred gradually rather than instantaneously, as the cosmic forces that had maintained the entity's conquest slowly dissipated and allowed the normal laws of physics to reassert their authority over three-dimensional space. The buildings that had been twisted into impossible geometries began to resume their original forms, while the residents who had been transformed into objects or abstract concepts slowly recovered their normal appearances and cognitive functions. Yet the restoration of Gravity Falls to its pre-Weirdmageddon condition was incomplete and imperfect, leaving traces and scars that would serve as permanent reminders of the cosmic horror that had briefly claimed dominion over three-dimensional reality. Some of the changes that Bill had imposed proved to be irreversible, while others left psychological and physical aftereffects that would require years or decades of healing to fully resolve. The fate of Stanley Pines, the hero whose sacrifice had made Bill's defeat possible, remained uncertain as the immediate crisis of dimensional conquest gave way to the longer-term challenges of recovery and reconstruction. His body had survived the deployment of the memory gun, but his mind had been reduced to a state of complete blankness that left him unable to recognize his own family or understand his role in the victory that had saved their dimension from cosmic transformation. The grief and guilt that Ford experienced at his brother's condition was complicated by his recognition that Stanley's sacrifice had been both necessary for defeating Bill and consistent with the protective instincts that had characterized his personality throughout their shared history. The brother who had maintained the portal for 30 years and transformed himself into Ford to protect the world's most dangerous secret had made one final sacrifice that exceeded all of his previous acts of selfless dedication to family and duty. The challenge of helping Stanley recover his lost memories and identity would require the combined efforts of everyone whose lives he had touched during his years of maintaining the Mystery Shack and protecting Gravity Falls from interdimensional threats. The task ahead would test not only their medical and psychological knowledge, but also their understanding of the power of love and shared experience to restore what seemed to have been permanently lost to cosmic forces beyond human comprehension. The victory over Bill Cipher had been achieved, but the price of that victory would continue to shape the lives of everyone involved for years to come. The question that remained was whether the love and determination that had made triumph possible could also prove sufficient to heal the wounds that victory had created, restoring not only Stanley's memories but the family relationships that had provided meaning and purpose to the entire struggle against cosmic horror. And so ends the strange and wonderful tale of Weirdmageddon, that apocalyptic summer when reality itself bent and broke in the small town of Gravity Falls. We have witnessed the price of curiosity unchecked, the power of family bonds stronger than dimensional barriers, and the courage found in the most unlikely heroes. Bill Cipher's reign of chaos lasted only days, but its lessons echo through eternity that some mysteries are worth solving, some sacrifices are worth making, and some families are worth fighting for across all dimensions. The twins returned home changed by their summer of strangeness, carrying with them memories of a place where the impossible became mundane, and the mundane became extraordinary. Stanley's memories slowly returned through the patient love of those who refused to let him disappear into the void of forgetting. while Ford learned that cosmic knowledge meant nothing without the human connections that gave it purpose and meaning. Gravity Falls sleeps peacefully now, its secrets safely guarded once more, its dimensional barriers restored and strengthened. Yet somewhere in the spaces between dreams and waking, between reality and nightmare, the echoes of that strange summer continue to whisper their mysteries. Rest now, knowing that even in the face of cosmic horror and dimensional chaos, love proves stronger than fear, family proves stronger than darkness, and hope proves stronger than any demon's schemes. The mystery continues. But for tonight, let peace settle over you, like morning mist through the Oregon pines.